Everyone to
Recording in progress.
welcome everyone to Birmingham City Hall for the regular City Commission meeting of Monday, January 26, 2026 at 7 p.m. Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Ms. Bingham, could you please call the roll?
Yeah. Mayor Ballard?
Here.
Mayor Protem Wall?
Here.
Commissioner Hay?
Here.
Commissioner Post?
Here.
Commissioner Kolb?
Here.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Here.
Commissioner Teresa? Here.
Good, thank you. We move to proclamations, congratulatory resolutions, awards, appointments, resignations, and confirmations, administrations of oath, introduction of guests, and announcements. We do have several appointments tonight, 3 to be precise. The first is to the Public Arts Board. The applicant is Annie Van Gelderen for regular member to serve a 3-year term to expire January 28th, 2029. Is Ms. Van Gelderen here? Not see her. She has been a member of the board for
6
years.
Maybe a decade at least.
I heard 6, but
It's been a while. I think she falls into the category of people that we feel comfortable reappointing now.
I would be comfortable entertaining a nomination.
Then I'll make the nomination to reappoint Ms. Van Gelderen to, let me get the wording right, to appoint Ms. Van Gelderen as a regular member to the Public Arts Board to serve a 3-year term to expire January 28th, 2020.
All those in favor?
Yes.
Aye. Opposed? None. Unanimous. Excellent. Ethics Board is next, and we have an appointment. An applicant, Lawrence Handler, for a regular member to serve the remainder of a 3-year term expiring June of this year. Mr. Handler, welcome.
Thank you. Thanks for the invitation.
Tell us why you're interested in the Ethics Board.
I'm a doctor and very tied up with my medical practice for many years, and I have more flexibility in that schedule now. That's one of the advantages of getting older. And so I took it to heart when I got the announcement from the city of Birmingham that, you know what, you should look at volunteer positions. And I looked at the list and I said, I think this one suits me the best. And I wrote in my application to the commission some of the reasons that I felt allowed me to make that statement. So, I mean, do you want me to go through more of it, or I'm happy to keep talking. So, but I know normally it's the
we have a very full we have a big agenda tonight.
Right.
We did read it. I was impressed with your resume.
But I will say this. I mean, the city of Birmingham, and I wrote that in my application regarding, met my wife here, we were in apartments, et cetera, et cetera. And as I travel, I realize what a great city we're in. You know, you learn more traveling about how nice it is at home. And so we love the city. I love the city. The family loves the city. And if there's something I can try to contribute to the city, I wanted to do that. And so that was, and frankly, from the Board of Ethics standpoint, I have no conflicts that I know of. And if I do, I'll state them. But I don't own a business in the city. I don't really, I feel I'm very free of a lot of the conflicts that would cause me to have a problem being on the particular board that I'm applying to.
Good. Anybody have any questions for Mr. Handler?
No, other than...
I have a question.
Oh, please.
We discussed this today. Traditionally, and this has been 15 years now, we've had the Ethics Board probably, the members of the Ethics Board write the opinions. And for many years, 2 out of 3 members of the board were attorneys, and the third was married to one. And that we now have, I think, 2 of our members are, one is an alternate, she's an attorney, and one of the regular members is an attorney. So I just want you to be aware of that. Have you, in your other roles on other ethics boards, have you had occasion to write the opinions of the board on which you
I don't want to make out that I was a member of an ethics board. This would be the first ethics board.
Okay.
But as part of my medical practice, we've dealt with ethical issues. I'm president of the Macomb County Medical Society.
Okay.
Issues come up. I was on a nonprofit for many years, which I pushed for conflict of interest policies and things like that, but it wasn't an official board of a city or anything,
Okay.
of a governmental agency.
So I guess the point is to say that you may be called upon to write an opinion for the board. Just letting you know.
You feel comfortable with that?
I mean, I don't know what's involved in writing the report. I certainly have learned a lot of things over the years in various capacities, so I think I can handle it.
We'll probably appoint you tonight, and tomorrow morning, you're going to go to the city's website and look up some of the old opinions. And you'll say, whoa.
You guys have very good things on the website, and there was some things on there, and I was looking at those. So I didn't know that when I was looking at them that I'd be writing those reports, but now that
You'll
now
be
I know.
part of the, so as you said, that it's not just a single person. I mean, I'm just looking at just for everybody's benefit to where the mayor's going. The Board of Ethics should be made up of residents of the city who have legal, administrative, or other desirable qualifications. So legal is definitely first on the list, but as you stated, you have an awful lot of experience in other areas that have relevance. And so, as you said, you're more than likely to get appointed tonight. I certainly will be
So
supporting it.
can I get a nomination?
Yeah.
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
He had a question.
My concern is this: your credentials are excellent. The fact that you want to volunteer, yay! I really appreciate that. I started out volunteering on a board as well. It's more that we want to make sure that you know what you're getting yourself into, and you don't come back to us and say, why didn't you tell me that? Than it is our objecting to wanting to have you, volunteer and take a swing at the bat.
I appreciate that. I mean, when I looked at the list, I think it was actually an alternate that was on the list.
Yeah.
So, but having said that, I'm willing to do either.
You'll be up in June, so you'll be back here.
That's the observation I was about to make is.
Consider it a trial period. And
Exactly.
likely, I don't think we've had an ethics question or complaint in some time. Commissioner Host?
I'd like to nominate Lawrence Handler as a regular member of the Ethics Board to serve the remainder of a 3-year term to expire June 30th, 2026.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous.
Thank you for volunteering.
Very
Appreciate the
much.
confidence and happy to.
Hang about.
Yeah, I'm
You need to be sworn in.
Oh.
Hang on.
Yeah, stick around.
So stick around until we've done the next one. And
Okay,
then
all right, very good. Thank you.
Next one is the Environmental Sustainability Committee. We have Tina Burry, who has applied to be a regular member to serve the remainder of her 3-year term, ending February 1st, 2028. Ms. Burry. Burry?
Burry, yes, thank you.
How are you?
I'm great. How are you?
Good. Thanks for coming.
No, thanks for having me. So no, I'm very interested in serving on the Environmental and Sustainability Committee. So I have my experience is I'm currently working for General Motors. I am their manager for circular economy. So I have, I think, a lot of technical qualifications as well as relationships. And I spent some time talking with existing committee members, the city planner, Nick Dupuis, just to make sure I understood kind of what was required. Understood that there's a city plan, your plan to be carbon neutral, your climate plan that was published, so very impressed with the plan. I've been a resident for 27 years. My husband and I have lived in the city of Birmingham for 27 years. We've raised our family here. And it's an opportunity for me to kind of take my technical qualifications and help improve upon the community and kind of give some service back.
Excellent. I had to look up what circular economy was.
Happy to spend some time helping bring you on my journey.
In one sentence, can you tell the assembled masses
Love
what
to.
the circular economy is?
Circular economy is all about responsible resource management. So making sure you're designing up front with the end in mind, conserving resources appropriately, so you minimize your impacts in terms of waste and pollution.
Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Burry? Go ahead.
I'd like to appoint Tina Burry. I'd like to nominate, Tina Burry as a regular member of the Environmental Sustainability Committee to serve a remainder of a 3-year term to February 1st, 2028.
All those in favor? Aye. Opposed? None? Unanimous?
Congratulations. Thank you.
Thank you. And you can stay up here. Ms. Bingham
Mr. Handler.
will swear you in.
You'll say, "I do after you." I do solemnly swear or affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States of America, the Constitution of this state, and endeavor to securely maintain an honest and efficient administration of the affairs of Birmingham, free from partisan distinction or control, and to perform the duties of the office of the Ethics Board and the Environmental Sustainability Committee according to the best of my ability.
I do agree.
So some
Poor printer. You like that?
That's why we have to go print underneath.
Thank you. Congratulations.
Thank you very much.
We now move to open to the public for matters not on the agenda. We welcome comment from the public, time limited at my discretion on items that do not appear in the printed agenda. In order to allow for an efficient meeting, the Commission will not participate in a question and answer session and will take no action on any item not appearing on the posted agenda. You will have an opportunity to speak to items that are on the agenda when it comes up. So if you have a public comment,
I do.
please state your name and city of residence and fire away.
My name is Paul Reagan, and I live here in Birmingham on Purdy. Can you hear me? My
Yep.
voice is kind of weak today. I'll be brief because I have a yoga class this evening over at the YMCA. I'm going to try to make it. Utilize with the limited amount of time that's left over there to enjoy some of those programs that me and other thousands of other Birmingham residents have enjoyed for decades for recreation and their health. Tonight, I'd like to respond to the prepared statements that you, Mr. Mayor, made last time. And I think it's only fair to say the mayor and I have known each other for many years. We like each other. So in light of that, please regard my remarks as being friendly. Mr. Mayor, at the last commission meeting during public comment in response to constituent communications, you and the city have been receiving regarding the YMCA, Next, and the community house. Me and dozens of other residents have spoken, that I've spoken with over the last 2 weeks, interpreted your selective retelling of history and framing of our current situation as a rebuke of public concern and refusal to consider any options to achieve better outcomes. Let me paraphrase your primary messages. These are paraphrasing.
We're trying to figure out what you're talking about. Are you talking about the YMCA?
I'm talking about
Next?
the YMCA, Next, and the community house, all three of them.
Okay. The only thing that's not on the agenda is the community house, but I'll
All right.
give you a little leeway.
There you go. It's your remarks, actually, that I'm
Go
making
on.
reference to. Birmingham residents, this is paraphrasing.
Okay.
Birmingham residents may not like where we are with the Y next in the community house, but that's tough. It's not our fault. It was disappointing that you devoted so much of your statement to assessing blame while downplaying how facts had changed and opportunities were missed over the last few years to adjust course. Again, let me paraphrase. Back in 2023, when we acquired the YMCA facility, The Y told us as they were leaving and they needed cash. It's on them. They failed to raise the money necessary to maintain their building and sustain operations. We bought the facility for Next and never wanted the pool. The voters are the ones who approved all of this. Regarding the community house, this is what we heard. They're the ones who started this fight. They wouldn't talk with us or even give us the courtesy of learning more about their building. Even accepting this view, this narrow read of history, Mr. Mayor, I believe there is a consensus in our community that neither the city nor the commission should be comfortable with the outcomes portrayed in your statements, as set in stone. Let's review the consequences of these outcomes.
Before you review the consequences, hold that thought for just a second. I should have said that I will allot 3 minutes to speakers. I should have also indicated, as you already know, that the YMCA and Next are on the agenda. That means that I'm giving you an opportunity that I don't intend to give to the rest of the people here. That is, if you are here to speak to the YMCA situation and the extension of their lease, or to our intention to consider the memorandum of understanding with Next, you're going to have to wait till those items come up on the agenda. It was unclear what Mr. Reagan intended to speak about, and he started to talk about the community house, which is not on the agenda, and so I gave him some leeway. He's now taken 4 minutes of time, and I'm going to let you go for another 2 minutes because you're already up there, and I want to be respectful of you. But I also want everybody to understand what the situation is, okay? This period of the meeting is for comments on matters that are not on the agenda. And I believe you know that, but I'm going to let you go on this time.
I appreciate the deference offered in my yoga class also.
Okay. Go on then.
Thank you.
You have 2 minutes.
Thank you. Losing the YMCA is a devastating blow to our residents, and losing the Y's financial support of 100% of the building's maintenance and operations places another unnecessary burden on our taxpayers. Force-fitting Next with its limited resources into a building your own renovation and rebuilding studies found to be at best poorly suited, if not unadaptable, for their use is not the best, and it's not in the best interest of Next or the city. And your community house litigation strategy has stifled public dialogue, denying the city what could have been enthusiastic public support. Being satisfied with and untractable about these disastrous outcomes is not okay. People appreciate being updated on where we are, but they're not interested in relitigating history, placing blame, or stubbornly sticking with bad decisions. They're unhappy. They want to know what you're going to do about it. Again, the message we're hearing is that's the way it is, and if you don't like it, send your emails to the Y and the community house. We're not entertaining any new ideas, our consideration, or, of course, new course of action. We're sticking with the MOU, saying goodbye to the YMCA, and doubling down on our legal strategy. I and many others would like to play a constructive role and stand ready to assist in exploring better options for Next, efforts to keep the Y in town, and dialogue with the community house. You can start tonight by defeating any motion to proceed with the flawed MOU before options are explored or detailed of a proposed lease are even discussed. Mr. Mayor, as you made clear the last meeting, we are where we are. It's where we're going that demands attention. Thank you for your deference.
Thank you. Any other comments on matters not on the agenda tonight? Ms. Devereaux.
Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I'm here to address the community house.
Name and Residents.
Kathleen Devereaux, 1019 Riven Oak.
Thank you.
Can you hear me? This
We
mic
can.
is tricky.
We can.
I am here to urge the city to press on and stand firm in pursuing the lawsuit to stop the sale of the community house. The real issue here is, does the Community House Association have the right to sell the house? The answer is clearly no, when their overriding purpose is to maintain the real estate as a community center in and for the city of Birmingham. This is clear not only from the 1930 deed, but also from successor documents and their very own articles of incorporation. Where is it written that the Community House Association has the right to sell to a private party, nonprofit or not, at a profit or not? That would be nowhere. It was never envisioned when they petitioned to dissolve the trust by the trustees. It never occurred to those trustees, I am sure, that the association would ever try to sell the building. Those trustees counted on the fact that the association was and is entrusted to maintain and protect the building as a community center. They also counted on the fact that the Attorney General's office was exercising oversight over nonprofits. The problem is, the trust only had one job, but the Attorney General's office has a lot more on their plate than reining in one suburban nonprofit gone rogue. That's where the lawsuit comes in. The deed restrictions are clear. I don't need to belabor them again. What the association can't do is sell the house for a profit to be used to seed a totally new foundation with a different purpose. The community house must remain a community center in and for the city of Birmingham. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Devereaux. Any other comments? In the room or online? If you're online, use the raise your hand function. Seeing, pardon?
I don't see anybody.
Yeah, seeing none, we'll move on to our consent agenda. All items listed on the consent agenda are routine and will be enacted by one motion and approved by a roll call vote. There will be no separate discussion of the items unless a commissioner or a citizen so requests, in which event the item will be removed from the general order of business and considered separately. Does anyone on the commission want, oh, we have a lot.
So I have to recuse myself from item D.
Okay. Is that it?
That's it.
Okay, good.
A
Commissioner Haig.
Alpha, D Delta, E Echo, H Hotel. Although D Delta, because he's already announced a recusal, may actually, it was partly for that. But A, D, E, H, please.
Okay. Any others? Anyone in the public like to remove an item from the consent agenda? Anyone online? Seeing none, can I get a motion?
Motion to approve the consent agenda with the exceptions of items A, D, E, and H.
And noting Commissioner Cole's
Motion to
recusal
Well,
of
as
item
it's,
B.
well, D's pulled from it, so.
Do I hear a second?
No, I already gave it.
Okay.
Alex, roll call, please.
Commissioner Hope,
Yes.
Commissioner Cole,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Therese Long,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Mayor Butler.
Yes. Typically, we discuss these right away, even though our rules say that they should be considered under the last item of new business. And indeed, under new business, there is a section that says items, well, it's not there. Yes, removed from
My
consent.
comments are brief if it helps.
So I am going to say that we will discuss these items at the end of new
You got
business.
Alex is raising her hand behind you.
Yes, Alex.
You might want to handle the special event because we might have an applicant here waiting.
Oh, do we have an applicant here waiting for the special event? Do we have anyone here for The city commission minutes, the OHM design services for St. James Park.
Yes.
Are you with the company? You are. And is there anyone here from the Piety Hill chapter of NSDAR? Yes? No? Okay. And is there anyone here from Hubble, Roth, and Clark? They're on Zoom, but, okay.
To give you context, we've taken half the time I needed for all of them.
Okay, Commissioner, go on.
All right.
Let's go with, let's start with the OHM, item D.
Can he just sit there, or no?
No.
All
Let's
right,
go with item D.
Okay, fundamentally two reasons. One was my colleague's recusal, but the second one was literally pulling it just because it's a large dollar amount.
Oh, the agenda's at the back of the room, sir.
Yeah.
I got one.
Go
It
on.
was just because it was a large dollar amount and because it's to improve the parks. And it's literally as simple as that. I don't like just bluntly, just blanket covering large dollar amounts and just not noting them. So that's it. Observation of the amount, and then it's got to be a roll call. Because
So
of the
you're
dollar
moving
amount.
the suggested.
So move as
Second.
written.
Roll call on item D.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb recused, Commissioner Kozowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Mayor Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Teresa.
Yes.
If indeed you can whip through these, I'm totally on board with you.
They will be quick. E-Echo, the request from...
Wait a minute.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, Commissioner Kolb, you can return. He's listening.
Okay. All right, just for the benefit of everybody, item E is requesting approval from Piety Hill Chapter to hold the Memorial Day service on Monday, May 25th. I highly recommend as many people as possible please come to this. Every event that's held by the Piety Hill Chapter that we have out in Cheyne Park, I've noticed less and less people coming every year, and that's really unfortunate. I do try and go there. I see certain people every single year, and I sometimes see less of those people every year. So it's more just to encourage everybody to turn up because of the reason, the cause, and for what it's about. So just a comment on that. Otherwise, I want to move to approve item E as written.
Second.
Roll call, please. You have a comment on that?
Item E, yes.
Oh,
Item D?
No, item E, sorry.
Oh, E.
The
That's what
DAR.
we're on. Yes.
Right, okay. So,
Name and residence, please.
David Bloom, Birmingham, Michigan.
Thank you.
After last Memorial Day service, I came before you and provided some remarks during public comment that I thought the services, and although you gave a nice speech, Mr. Mayor, were not on par with previous Memorial Day services that we have had. And so is the DAR a new entity that's running it? Did they always run it, or is this a different entity that's going to be running Memorial Day services?
I believe it's the same entity that always runs it.
I think it's always
It
been
is.
DAR.
Alex,
I
check
can't
here.
remember if it was this one or Veterans Day, but there was one where the man retired and I had to get the DAR to take it over.
I think it was
This is the
this
one where the man retired. So it was a downgrade, and it's a really nice Memorial Day service that the city, that has been put on for many years in the past that I've attended. So I would just ask you before approving this, or if you approve it after, to speak with and communicate with the DAR and make sure that they are going to be putting on a good, solid, robust event that the community can be proud of. Thank you.
Thank you. Roll call. I think we have a motion and a second, so a roll call vote, please.
Commissioner Kolb,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
yes.
Commissioner Kozowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Teresa.
Yes.
Okay, take your choice, A or H, I think we still have to do.
We'll do H because it was the same basis as D. It's just going to ultimately be a large dollar amount that gets involved, and just so that everybody's aware of it. Other than that, I'm good with it as written.
Do you want to tell the assembled masses what it's all about?
Yeah, it was a motion to adopt a one-year professional services agreement with Hubble, Roth & Clark for residential site evaluation services with the
Okay. Do I have a
motion to
second?
extend.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes?
Commissioner Therese Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Post?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Do you want to do A while we're at it? All right, A, again, kind of simple. It was under Section 11 reports. There's an item in there. Mayor commented regarding Mayor advised any parties interested in potentially working with the city to operate the pool at 400 East Lincoln to contact the city manager. That was in response to me bringing a party to the table who are interested in having that discussion. I'd just like to make that noted, please. It wasn't a random comment. It was a response to an observation and a comment. Other than that, the meeting minutes are good as written for me.
Do we approve the minutes now with the amendment, or do we hold them off to the next meeting?
No, you don't have to hold them off, and I don't know, was that an amendment? Did you want something added?
However you wish to document it. It's just that it wasn't a comment that came out of the blue.
That you
Of
pulled it
that,
for this
exactly.
reason to
That's
highlight.
I'm fine with that. Don't make it difficult.
Okay. Motion?
Motion to
Second?
approve is written, yep.
Second.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Commissioner Cole?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long?
Yes.
Commissioner Post?
Yes.
Commissioner Haig?
Yes.
Mayor Ballard?
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski?
Yes.
Commissioner Therese?
Yes.
City managers report. Always fun.
Yes. All right, I will go through it as quickly as I can. With regards to the Baldwin Public Library, there's many updates as usual. Two new databases were added to the library so that might be of interest to people. O'Reilly's, which is a technology and business content resource, and Peterson's Career and Test Prep. Also, the library would like everyone to know they have a new mobile app so that you can sign out books or look up books and put holds on them and so on over the app. Also, they have a couple of upcoming events of interest. Midnight on the Potomac, which is a presentation on Monday, February 2nd at 7 p.m. And then Freedom Confirmed, President Abraham Lincoln's Courage to Create Change on Monday, February 9th, for anybody that's interested. They have their regular tours as well, library tour, how does the library work, the grand tour of the Ideal Lab, etc. From the Birmingham Museum, they are working with us on our 2026 exhibit of History is Everywhere, which is basically our recognition to celebrate the USA's 250 years since the founding. So they are working with many different events and many different groups. Specifically, they are doing History is Everywhere at the museum, and we'll be talking about Birmingham stories, including many cultures, including the Native American heritage and indigenous people who were here prior to different settlers coming. For February, for February, it's also Black History Month, so they will be running some information on George and Eliza Taylor. They were the first Black property owners in town, and they created the first Black community here. So there will be more information about this. It's down in the lobby of City Hall, or will be in February, if anybody is interested. And also for February, we will have an Indigenous Heritage Lecture Series at the library on February 12th. That will be accounts of pioneer encounters with Native Americans who occupied Oakland County at the time of early settlement. From the Birmingham Shopping District, the Downtown Guide, I think you heard a little bit about that this weekend. It's a new publication that they've put out that includes all kinds of information on retail, dining, service directory, events, calendars of all things going on. They are being distributed to local businesses, hotels, residential developments, offices, and other locations around town. If anybody is interested, it is available on the BSD's website as well. Also, the BSD presented on Saturday its 2025 year in review, basically a quick recap of all of the services and exciting happenings that have happened in the downtown over 2025. That is also available on the website and was also sent out with the BSD assessment notices that are going out in January. Well, they've already gone out on January 12th. And as you know, the assessment is a specific assessment that only applies to people within, property owners within the Birmingham Shopping District area, 1 or 1A. And there's different levels depending on whether they're first floor retailers, second floor office, et cetera. It does not go out to residents. It's only to commercial property interests. As you also heard on Saturday, that we had to cancel the Birmingham Blast because it was a little too cold outside, unfortunately. So we regret that, but we'll look forward to it returning next year, hopefully. From the building department, you see there were 5 cases that went to the Board of Zoning Appeals. I won't go through them all. Also, they provided a number of closeouts for the year's total permits that were processed electronically, 3,931. So that's quite a shift from the days when people would line up, 10 deep out at the community development counter to get their permits processed. So a lot of that is done more quickly and more efficiently through that. Also, the building department has a monthly report that is available on the website or through this manager's report if anybody is interested. From the city clerk's office, a couple of save the dates. August 4th will be the state primary election, and November 3rd, the state general election. Also, as you all know, as commissioners, we have a new public portal for viewing and searching agenda packets and minutes and reports and so on. So we have received a couple of comments from people that are just getting used to the change. Basically, this new public portal is actually to make things better, to provide easier access. It's a little different in terms of how you get to it than it used to be on the website, but it is actually easier once you get used to it, and it's fully searchable, and so it's actually to make it easier for everybody. So if anyone has any questions or needs any training, the clerk has indicated that she'd be happy to work with you, particularly commissioners, as you entertain or go through the packets.
May I interject?
Sure.
One of the great features of that is that you can either download the entire packet, which is all we've been providing now, or you can download individual items from the packet, which makes it very useful if you're only interested in that item. So, sorry. Go on.
No problem. That's a good point. It also makes us a little more sustainable, as we don't have to give out as many paper packets, which I think you heard from Alex on the weekend as well. From the city manager's office, I just had some comments on setting the record straight. Commissioner Host had put out a New Year's update earlier this year, and there were some things in there that needed some clarification or some correction. Just so that everybody knows, he did provide, after reading this city manager's report, he did provide an updated message, I guess you would call it, that went out, I believe, today. And so just for the public, I just want to talk about a couple of the items that were in there because we don't like when people get confused about different facts that are out there. In his original report, he said that the Advisory Parking Committee had a fund balance of $43 million. Just to be clear, the Advisory Parking Committee does not have a budget. They don't have a budget. They don't have the ability to spend any money. There is a parking fund that has money in it, but it is run by the city commission. It's administered by the city commission. The Advisory Parking Committee does not have any right to do anything with any fund. He also mentioned that there was $7 million spent to improve and beautify the Chester Street garage. Actually, that amount was $2.8 million that has been spent so far in repair, maintenance, and aesthetic improvements. So for anybody that's interested, you can go out and see some new painting that's been done out there to beautify and brighten up the inside. Also, his numbers mentioned that over the next 4 fiscal years, the city plans to spend an estimated he said $17 million on the parking structures. It's actually $27.475 million, so it's even more. So we just want everyone to know that we always do work on upgrading and maintaining all of our parking structures. They're expensive assets, and we want to keep them in good shape, and we have a particularly robust maintenance program coming up here over the next couple of years. And then to clarify the fund balance, the advisory parking system fund balance that was mentioned, it's actually, well, I believe he stated that it was $43 million, and it's actually lower than that. So we clarified that. Also, with regards to all of the parking decks, there was a comment that they were all over 50 years of age. They are not. A lot of them are, to be fair. North Old Woodward is 59 years old, Pierce is 57 years old, Park is approximately 50 years old, but the Peabody deck is 40 years old, and the Chester deck is 37 years old. So those are the two of our newer structures. There was also a comment made that the inventory, in his report, that the inventory of parking spaces downtown has not come close to keeping up with the requirements of continued growth. So I want to make it clear to everybody so they understand that we do not run out of parking in Birmingham. So it has kept pace. We have got 2 parking decks with available parking at any time, all the time. So while there may not be a spot right in front of the business that you want to go to, system-wide, there is parking available. There was also a comment made that the planning board is now beginning a new analysis of proposed developments and that they didn't consider parking necessarily in the past. But I do want to be clear that every single development that comes through, whether it's residential, commercial, mixed use, or otherwise, all gets reviewed for parking. And that's already in our zoning ordinance. It's been in there since at least 1963 that I can remember. So we do that on a regular basis. The comment that was made is that the new consultants that we hired for the zoning ordinance update, that'll be one of the things they might look at because it's in the zoning ordinance and it's about parking standards. But to be clear, we have always reviewed parking and nothing gets through and gets approved unless it either A, meets the parking requirements, or B, gets a variance and has the right to lower that number of parking spaces, which doesn't happen very often. From a public safety perspective, there was a comment that we need more resources to provide adequate enforcement throughout the city, and that the city tends to focus its efforts on downtown. In talking with the police department and Chief Gruey, they assure us that is absolutely not the case. They have equal patrols and equal enforcement throughout the entire city, so we want everyone to understand that it's a safe place to be, whether you're in shopping downtown or walking your neighborhoods. There were some comments about parks bond money being spent on golf courses. Just to clarify, we do not use any park bond funding to pay for anything on the golf course, because golf courses are enterprise funds, so they are charged user fees, and those user fees go to pay for the courses themselves. So all of that, there's no parks bond money going to the golf courses. And then there was a comment about Adams Park being purchased with parks bond funding in 2020, and that was actually purchased way back at 05, 06 from Roper School. We did use parks bond money to buy that, but it was an earlier issue of the bonds. And then the commentary about the city has 4 certified arborists on staff. As you probably all heard on the weekend, if you didn't know already, we have 7 arborists on staff. So we have a lot of engaged DPS employees that are getting this certification, and we thank them for that. Then there was also some commentary about 400 East Lincoln. I don't know if you want me to go over that now or wait until it's on the agenda, but basically there was, I'll give an overview. There was a comment that the city.
That can wait.
Okay.
Let's go to.
Okay.
Keep going.
All right, and then I think the last item then was with regards to a workshop on new approaches and solutions for our street-by-street battles over road improvements. And I just want to clarify, number one, we did have a workshop on infrastructure last summer. Did it include all of the road information that maybe Commissioner Host was looking for, or others? Maybe not, but we do have a capital improvement plan. It's 5 years, and it's contained within our budget documents. We've had it every year, and it lists all of the projects that'll be coming up for for reconstruction or repaving every year. And we also have a new packet that we will be putting out that is a little more user-friendly than the budget, to lay out what all of the projects are that are coming forward. And we do have a system now in place for how we choose those projects and how we fund those projects. Now, that could change with further discussion, but we do have a system in place. Also from the Communications Department, for the first year, this year, the Communications Department also put together a 2025 year in review, similar to what the Birmingham Shopping District does, to give updates on each of the different departments and all of the things that have been accomplished over the last year. It's pretty impressive when you see the year in retrospect, when you think of all the times that you sat through a 5-hour meeting and you wonder what happened. Well, you can go back to this and you can see that a lot has actually happened and a lot does go on, even though sometimes moves slower than we would all like. An update on GovPilot concern topics. GovPilot, as you know, is the online reporting system for concerns. Number one concern were people calling to complain about snow and ice removal on the sidewalks of their neighbors, whether it's commercial, residential, what have you. So that's the number one thing. The second is pothole and street maintenance. You know, we've had a tough winter this year, so we're always working on that. So that's just a little report. You can see there's a whole list that goes down all the way to one comment on, let's see, zoning infractions. So just depends. Parks and Recreation Guide, the Communications Department is also working with Parks and Rec to put together a guide on the parks. It's similar to the city guide that I mentioned they're putting in hotel rooms, because basically what it's going to do is it's going to feature all Birmingham parks. It's going to show maps of all the parks, where they're located, and the amenities for each park, and those will be included in the new resident welcome packets and also distributed to hotels to enjoy as well, so that visitors to the city can experience all that we have to offer. And let's see, Department of Public Services, citywide playground improvement updates. They are currently working on Poppleton Park. The equipment has been ordered and is stated for delivery in February. DPS also reports that they hosted the International Society of Arboriculture and presented an educational session there, and they had the Department of Natural Resources that had a presentation to give on that. Also, the DPS has indicated that they want to let you know that we have done a midwinter cleanup in that ever so brief warm week that we had in the midst of all the cold, because we had the leaves come down late this year and then it snowed immediately, and so we had some leaves to clean up. We've cleaned all of that up, and now, as you know, we're dealing with all of the snow, which has been quite a lot over the past week. So we thank the DPS department. I especially thank them because not only have we had a lot of water main breaks with all of the cold weather, they've been called out day and night in this weather, and they've been handling all of the snow as well. So thank you to them. From the engineering department, just some construction reports. They just had a residents meeting on the 2025 and 2026 resurfacing program last week. They will be having a meeting on February 12th for the Cape Seal program, which is for the upcoming projects for anybody that's on a street that's going to be Cape Sealed. There'll also be a residents meeting on February 24th for the Bird Phase 1B project. And from the fire department, they want you to know that January is Radon Action Month in Michigan. Radon is a gas that can accumulate in basements, and they ask everybody to keep an eye out and to look at their exposure and what their levels are, and if they have any concerns, they should consider testing for radon in their basements every 2 to 5 years. And from Human Resources, we have a couple of new hires. One full-time engineering inspector and 2 part-time, one BSD assistant in the Birmingham Shopping District, and 1 part-time parks laborer. We've also had 3 promotions over the last month. Thomas Hughes to assistant fire chief. He's full-time, so he went to assistant. And then parking enforcement assistant was promoted, Jocelyn Jimenez Castillo, and Anthony Peasley was promoted to the assistant finance director to assist Mary Chavez with the departure of Kim Wickenheiser. So the hiring anniversaries we've had, usually I read the ones over 20 years. We have a lot of great anniversaries here, but none of them are over 20 years, so I won't read them all. From the planning board, or the planning department, the planning board itself wants to let you know that, as you know, you approved a new agreement to hire Husil Levine to upgrade the zoning ordinance. They're going to be working on that. That will be discussed for the first time at their meeting this week on Wednesday, and they'll be working forward on that. That's a comprehensive overview or redo of the zoning ordinance, so to speak. So that will take a lot of time and attention, and you will be hearing from them at several points through the process. They also provide a tentative list of scheduled approvals at the planning board. 325 South Eaton, the District Lofts Phase 3, that's where the reserve building currently is now. And also 600 North Old Woodward, Old World Pizzeria. And from the HDC, the Historic District Commission, they're anxiously awaiting the adoption of the Historic Preservation Master Plan that'll be coming up next. From the Environmental Sustainability Committee, they had their meeting earlier today, and a tentative list of things that they're working on, the sustainability fee that they have discussed to add on to the parking fee, single-family stormwater infiltration and detention, the Birmingham Watertown designation, and residential rain garden program. And from the police department, I know, I'm trying to go fast. From the police department, our police chief was very lucky or helpful, I guess, in going out, and he was able to participate in some training in another state called Integrating Communications Assessments and Tactics. It's an ICAT training. It was never available in Michigan, so all of our departments would have to travel outside of the state to attend that. He was able to successfully draw them up here for the first time to do some Michigan training. We're hosting, and it is available to all of the departments in the state if they want to attend, so we thank them for doing that. And lastly, from the parking system, the BCT Design Group update. As you know, you approved them to go forward with the design process on the other parking decks. Again, go out to Chester if you haven't seen what's going on there. There's been a lot of improvements made on the inside of that structure. And then the Advisory Parking Committee, they have most recently discussed the possible sustainability fee, which is the one I just mentioned a minute ago, that the Environmental Sustainability Committee was looking at. It was potentially a 5-cent fee for congestion that might be added into the parking fees. That is, you've heard about this many times, but nothing has been decided yet. They're continuing to study it, so there'll be more to come on that. And that's the end of the report.
Great. Does the AP?
That was wonderful.
You're welcome.
Thank you. It's probably worth pointing out in the discussion of the parking system and a lot of millions of dollars being spent and taken in there, that is sort of a closed system. We call it an enterprise fund, and the money that is generated from parking fees.
Stays in parking.
Stays in the parking
just
system.
like the golf courses that I
Right.
mentioned that are also an enterprise
Right,
fund.
and many thanks for keeping everybody honest. I wanted to point out a couple things that were in the BSD report that we're proud of. 99% of retail space in Birmingham is leased. 92% of office space is leased. We have about 600 businesses in town. 75% of them are locally owned, so that's something I think we can all be proud of. Did I cover what you wanted covered? Yes, you do. Okay, great. We move on to unfinished business. A is a resolution to adopt the city's first historic preservation master plan. We've heard several reports. Do we even need a report at this point?
No frills from me today. I'm just back again, wondering if you're happy as I am with the final draft of the plan. So
I'm willing to hear comments or motions or whatever. We'll move this along.
Mayor Baller, I would like to note that I was very pleased to see that the changes in language that were concerned in Pro 8, the demolition delay ordinance, the language has been moved from adopt to consider. Pro 9, the words into applicable municipal policy has been added, and I believe you're concerned about the conclusion was addressed. So
Absolutely.
I would be ready to make a motion to move this forward.
Second.
Very well done.
Well done, Nick.
thank you.
Well,
Sufficient motion?
no, I'd like to make a motion adopting, I don't believe it was, but
Hold your second.
hold that second. I'd like to make a motion adopting a resolution to adopt the city's first historic preservation master plan.
Second.
And then, and to thank the committee for taking another swing at this. Thank everyone for their work.
We have a second? No.
No, they were all over there.
That's fine. We can all second. How about that?
Everybody second.
Yes.
Unanimously seconded.
You guys are making it hard for me right now.
He seconded it the first time round, put him down, everybody's going to say yes, it's all good.
Comment. This is a baby step, but it's fabulous, and it's been a lot of hard work for the HDC and Nick, and thank you.
So did we have a second?
We did.
Brad.
Do we even need a roll call on this?
Not spending any money.
No.
Let's roll call, whatever.
Commissioner Tresaw.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Law.
Yes.
Mayor Ballard.
Yes.
Commissioner Host.
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yes.
Commissioner Kolb.
Yes.
Commissioner Hayes.
Yes.
Excellent. Thank you. Congratulations. And as I promised, I told you I would announce or say that my wife, Judy, and I would like to be among the first to ask the city to research our home, which is approaching 100 years old, if it's not already 100 years old, for possible recognition or designation. I'm sorry?
He said that's a new one, a new
It's a
home.
newbie.
And so hopefully that will get the ball rolling, and I hope to hear from you soon.
And no, the mayor was not the first occupant of that home.
Thank you all very much. I appreciate this.
Well done, Nick. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, now for one of the main events, we're going to move to item B, a resolution requested by the city manager's office to support her actions to continue to proceed under the terms of the memorandum of understanding between the city of Birmingham and Next in May 2023. That was when we did the MOU. To make renovations, upgrades, and cosmetic improvements to the existing building at 400 East Lincoln in support of Next moving into the building in May 2027. I'm going to ask you to tell us briefly and what you are asking us to do and what you are not asking us to do tonight, because
Want me to skip the history?
you know, if the questions of the history come up, yeah, I don't think you need to go through it. We've been through it. We've all lived it.
We have.
Folks out there, if they have any questions, they can certainly ask them. But I think it's really important that it be very clear, because I don't believe it is clear, on what you are asking us to do tonight, what you're not asking us to do tonight, and what, if any, commitments we are making tonight.
Okay, what am I asking you to do? I'm asking you to go ahead and give me direction to proceed with the MOU, which was the original document that was signed between the city of Birmingham and Next that set up the money that they gave to the city to be part of the purchase price of 400 East Lincoln, and it set up some agreements, and it basically said that Next, this was to build a permanent home for Next, and that Next was going to occupy 75% or more space in the building, and that they would pay $1 a year in rent because they were donating $500,000 to the purchase of the property, and that we would negotiate a lease with them to cover all of the other provisions, I guess, related to their occupancy. As you know, we went down another path when we had heard that we were losing the YMCA. We did try to work with them to come up with something new. That did not happen. So now we're back to the MOU, which was always a signed document, which has always been in place. It was voted 7-0, approved by the City Commission, not the 7 of you exactly, but 7-0 in favor of entering into the MOU. It's a valid legal contract, according to the city attorney and many others. So it is something that we are looking to move forward on. What I'm asking for is permission to move forward, because there's been a lot of discussion over the last 18 months, 2 years, that some people, well, we don't really want to do the MOU anymore, but it is a signed legal document. That is the agreement that is in place right now. It did allow for the YMCA to continue to occupy approximately 25% of the existing building once we renovated it for Next. Also, once we had the MOU approved, 7-0, then we had the purchase of the property, which was approved 7-0. Then we had a vote of the people, if you recall, to see if they were willing to spend money, 0.33 mils, to renovate and improve the existing building for Next. That was also approved 69% in favor, 31 against. So that money has been slowly accumulating over the last 2 years. We're 2 years into that millage, so we do have money sitting there. What we are looking to do is hire an architect to do some construction drawings that will lay out what renovation is going to be needed for Next to move into the building. So what I've laid out in the memo is sort of a 2 to 3 phased approach. The first phase is hiring that architect to come up with what renovations are needed to get next moved in there, with the anticipation that the money from the senior millage would be used to fund those updates. What we know we need to do is accessibility and ADA improvements, whether it's with regards to the restrooms, whether it's with regards to bumps and different levels in the building and all of this kind of thing, width of corridors, all of that we have to look into. Also, we will basically be reconfiguring a lot of that first floor space. We're looking at next taking up the first floor only. That will leave additional space on the second floor and also the pool level and the locker room levels that we could use for a future phase. So that's what I'm calling phase 2. Phase 1 is to move forward with the MOU and go ahead and make plans to get next in. What we're bringing tonight is the architecture contract to hire somebody. We had 3 bids from 3 different firms, Newman Smith Architects, who did the schematic design work on the larger big project where we did try to bring in the Y. Nor Architects, who did the original study way back when, maybe 2 years ago, on the existing building, and whether it would be better to renovate it or to start over. And we also had a 3rd bid from Tissio Architects. So this particular ask to go ahead and enter into the contract with the consultant, I don't need your approval for. It's under $75,000, so the City Commission approval is not needed for that type of expenditure. But the reason I'm here is because this has been so public and there has been so much discussion. I want to make sure that everybody is on board with the direction that, yes, we are going to move next into the building as we originally agreed and approved in the MOU and the senior millage and all of the other documents that have followed, so that everybody's on the same page. That's what we're going to do. Phase 1. Now, first thing I want to say is the plans can be drawn up. We are looking to have next be able to see what's going on in the background. We are also doing a lease. We're negotiating a lease with Next. We've met several times. We've had 2 city commissioners attend with us as well. I would say we're 90% there. We're almost in a complete agreement on the lease. We had hoped to bring it to you tonight so that nobody would say, well, wait a minute, why are we moving Next in when we don't have a lease yet? Well, we're not moving them in today, and we're not agreeing to what it's going to look like when they move in. We're asking you to get us moving to hire the architect to start drawing up the plans. We'll bring the lease to you in probably within the next 2 or 3 meetings, because it is almost there, to get your approval. And that will cover what rent. Rent is $1. That's from the MOU. It will cover Next paying operating expenses for their particular portion of the space. It will cover who's responsible for the roof, who's responsible for the HVAC, all of that information. And it will govern exclusive access or shared access, shared use, all of that stuff in the lease. So that's there. So basically what I want to do is get everybody to understand that we're moving down the original path that we always intended to before the Y kind of changed and tried to come back onto the scene. And with that, so phase 2 would be looking at the additional space that's available that Next is not occupying and looking at what we could do with that. And that includes the pool space and the locker rooms and the second floor. Could there be a community component still? Yes, maybe for phase 2, but we're trying to get moving with phase 1, what I'm calling phase 1, because Next needs a home by 2026. So 2027. So we're trying to get this moving. Basically, if we go ahead and hire an architect tonight to start work on these drawings, there will be a several-month period where they'll be doing the work. And by giving me direction to work towards that tonight, you are not approving a final design for the space. You are not approving that there will or will not be a pool. You're not approving what will or will not exist in the phase 2 areas. And you're not approving anything that might stop you or preclude you at some point in the future from moving forward with a brand new building, no matter what, in 10 years. You know, there was a lot of discussion earlier, well, I guess it was 2025 now, that it wasn't a good time to move forward with a big project. It was costing a lot of money, it was expensive, it was uncertain economic times. What we're talking about tonight does not preclude any of that from happening at 10 years in the future or 5 years in the future. What we're doing is moving forward with the original agreement that that Next provided the $500,000 for to get them moved into this building. Get the architect started, knowing that we have money from the senior millage to do that work. That money, by the end of the 3 years, will be approximately $3.5 million. We are not saying we are going to spend the entire $3.5 million. That will be a decision that'll be up to the commission as the architect comes up with plans for what needs to be done in the building. So they will come back to you if we hire them and they get started on their plans. This is what you'll see next. You'll see the next lease coming for your review and approval. Then you'll see several months later, whoever you decide with the new architect to hire, bringing forward a design. And once they have the design, then we can get some type of cost estimates, right? If we know we don't have any cost estimates right now in terms of what improvements would be made. So let's say just the basic ADA and accessibility requirements and upgrades that would be needed to get Next in the building cost $1 million. And then maybe there's another $500,000 to create multiple multi-purpose rooms out of the old fitness area, create an art room out of the old childcare room, have removable walls to open up those 3 multi-purpose rooms to one large entertainment space. We'll have all of those things so you'll know what's included. You will have the opportunity to then vote on what you want that space to look like. Because while Next will be weighing in, the ultimate approval for what happens to the building is the city commission's decision. How much money is spent on it out of that millage money and what you want it to look like. And then you would later give approval to go forward and bid it out for a design build, to actually go ahead and have somebody bid to construct what the new architect will come up with, whether it's just ADA, whether it's ADA plus A or ADA plus ABC. That'll be coming back to you for your decision. Also, phase 2, at a later date, we'll also be talking about what to do with that additional space that's left over. Because the space that Next is proposing to move into is by no means, it's not even half of the building, quite frankly. I think, if I'm not mistaken, it's about 15,000 of the 43,000 square feet that we have in that building. So there will be an opportunity in the future to talk about what uses we can put into that additional space. But this is to move forward with the next portion of the space. You will not be finalizing tonight what it's going to look like or how much we're going to spend on it out of the senior millage, but just allowing the process to get moving. Did that answer your questions?
That was an excellent report. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Understanding the limits of what the city manager is asking, we could talk about this all night. There's a lot of stuff to talk about with regard to the why. But her questions are very narrow, so I would ask that we focus our questioning and our comments on exactly what she said. So I'll open it up to the commission. Commissioner Cole.
On this topic, I fall into the category that you identified. Why are we spending any money until we have a lease? I think priority 1, get the lease, and then we'll spend what we need to do. I'm not looking to adjust anything with the MOU or anything like that. Just, it's a sequencing thing, and I just don't think it's prudent to move forward with spending any money until we have an agreed lease.
So tonight we're not spending money. Do you intend to spend money prior to completing the lease?
Yes, because if you give me the direction to move forward, we will be entering into a contract with an architect that will cost in the neighborhood of $73,000 to $74,800. So that, yes, we would be spending that amount.
It's a recognizable transaction without actually having completed the transaction, is what you're saying. It goes on the books as a commitment, right?
Commissioner Haig.
I just want to understand what she means.
Please be recognized by the chair. Okay, we must keep this civil and operating under Robert's rules. So if you want the floor, ask for the floor. In the meantime, Commissioner Kolb is engaging with the city manager on the question of whether we would expend funds prior to having a lease. And your answer was yes. And Commissioner Kolb has concerns about that.
I do.
And I can tell you, having attended both meetings, and Commissioner, past Mayor Long can either support or contradict me, that we are very close on the issues with this lease, and that probably this week, is that fair to say?
It's possible, yes.
Would we have a draft that we would be willing to distribute to the commission?
I already have an updated draft from our last meeting.
Okay.
With some, we were sending it around internally. Once we are all good with it, which primarily it covers most of what we talked about, then we would distribute it to Next and to the rest of the group. Could we share it with the commission at large? It's a public document, right? Yeah, you could FOIA it right now,
Okay.
so.
So we could share the tentative lease with you. When is our next meeting?
February 9th.
No, you mean the lease meeting?
No.
Oh, the next city
February
commission
9th.
meeting? February 9th, yes.
Okay. Okay. Does anybody have a question about, okay, so did you get your question answered? Okay.
I would support your contention that there are no significant areas of dispute in the lease negotiations. One of the issues that the architect can assist with is exactly establishing measuring square footage, which is one of the reasons we need the architect.
Helpful, thank you. So we don't even have a let's call it a survey or an as-built.
Well, we have an sort of as-built, but the building was added on to over the years. And if you remember, there was a drawing. It's very rough. It was literally taken with the as-built and drawing an outline of this is the space.
Okay.
Is it 100% scientific? No.
Okay.
Is it in the ballpark of 14,000 square feet? Yes.
Is it fair to characterize this as a puzzle with pieces that need to be put into place?
Absolutely.
Okay. Commissioner Host.
Yeah, I do have a comment, but you just said 14,000 square feet. What are you referring to?
The area that Next would potentially occupy in the building. Don't quote me on that exact number. It's in the neighborhood of 14,000 square feet.
Because that's certainly not 75% that's in the MOU.
It is not, because there is no way for them to utilize the upstairs or the downstairs without a lot of major work. They feel that there is enough space on the first floor for them to have a usable operation for what they want. So that, as I said, in phase 2, or whatever you want to call it, there is an opportunity still for some other use of that space, whether it's community, whether it's city offices, whether it's whatever.
So what you've described is somewhat of a departure from what's in the MOU in terms of 75%, 25% Y, and
Yes.
Next to now first floor.
Yes, because the Y, we reached out, and I know there's been a lot of talk on this too. Why don't you ask the Y if they want to stay? We did ask the Y if they wanted to stay. We tried to get them to extend their lease past the end of June or July of this year. They chose not to do that. They have no intention of doing it. As you all know, they're actually pulling out a bit early. So they are leaving, and they have told us that with the existing building, that even though the MOU allowed for them potentially to use some of the space, they don't anticipate using any of the space any longer, except maybe for running their summer programs in the future.
Yes.
I do have a comment, and that is, first and foremost, my wife and I are members of Next. And so we are among the Birmingham citizens who represent 4% of the population of the city of Birmingham. And the city of Birmingham also is 37% of Next. Namely, the majority is not in Birmingham. And I have 8 points why I'm not going to support this motion. The first one is probably the most important one, and that is that we are elected to represent the taxpayers of Birmingham. That's the only charge we have. Our responsibility is to the taxpayers of Birmingham. We bought this building, and it belongs to the city of Birmingham taxpayers. Point two, we've learned from the exercise in attempting to design a new building that with or without renovations, Next is going to have some problems with it. Three, we have even tried to explore better solutions. We have not tried to explore better solutions in other locations in the Next area. Four, we have not discussed the lease terms under which this whole thing is supposed to take place. We don't have a lease yet. Five, Next has not adequately explored the other communities. We have no idea at this moment what they're going to contribute to this building that is owned by the city of Birmingham taxpayers. Six, we haven't considered what I believe the benefits are to returning Next money, the $500,000, and if you want, I'll read the out in the MOU. But before I do, in the MOU, it says the lease is for $1 a year. They're giving us $500,000. Well, if they controlled 75% of the building, that would pay the expenses, the operating expenses, for 1 year. And then in perpetuity, it's a $1 a year lease. And I think I will read, it's paragraph 9 of the MOU. If for some reason a mutually agreeable lease agreement between the city of Birmingham and the Next fails to be achieved, then in showing of good faith, the city will return the $500,000 contribution from Next towards the purchase price of the property. That's on page 2 and 3 of the MOU, which I assume everybody was given. 7, and we haven't given our best shot to keep the YMCA. I'm giving you, obviously, my opinion. And when I say the YMCA, I'm talking about community programming. We've been inundated with letters that it's really about community programming, and we don't have it anymore at this building. And so Birmingham residents don't have the opportunity of community programming. Lastly, I'd like to say this building should be designated in our enterprise fund, just like the ice arenas, the golf courses, and the parking deck. This is an asset of the city of Birmingham taxpayers, and we are here to maximize the return on their investment. And if you didn't get that, I'm not supporting the motion.
I'm sorry. I was still absorbing what he was saying. That's inappropriate. Please don't do it again for anything, no matter what you support.
May I?
Yes, Mayor Pro Tem.
I served on the ad hoc committee to try and keep the Y and to develop the building for Next. No matter what you read, the YMCA decided to sell the building because they didn't invest in the building when they had their last capital fund. They were going to Royal Oak. They were going to go to downtown Royal Oak, and along with all the new buildings they built there, they were going to be part of it, and they could not negotiate a deal. When they heard that we were considering building a new building because we did a study and the cost of rehabbing the building to bring it up to par, which was why the Y sold it, because they couldn't afford to do so, because they didn't invest in the building, was equal to or more than tearing it down and building a new building. When the Y heard that we were going to potentially build a new building, they came back and said, wait a second, we might be interested. And because of their programming, and nobody does programming better than the YMCA, they've been doing it for hundreds of years, we wanted to include them. We did not buy this building and tell them to leave. No matter what you read, that is untrue and unfair. I worked every Wednesday from 3 to 5 p.m. for a year on the ad hoc committee to try and make this work, along with the mayor and our prior mayor, and we tried to make this work. Unfortunately, what happened was the cost kept going up and up and up, to the point where we were presented with $37 million to build this building. As Commissioner Host has said, we serve the residents and what's in their best interest. We have a fiduciary duty and a financial obligation to do what's in all of the residents' best interest, 21,000 residents. And it was not in their best interest, no matter how much I disliked it, and no matter how much some of the other commission disliked it. So if anybody is sitting here thinking that we did not want to embrace the Y and bring them back, that is unfair and not true. The Y, and then even after that, we said, we even explored, well, what if we find another place or next and you come back again and we lease it to you? And they said no, they weren't interested. And I have an incredible amount of respect for the Y and their efforts to make it work. They just could not bring the money to the table. It was sort of like, I'll gladly pay you for a hamburger today, if, you know, or on Tuesday if you give me a hamburger today. They were going to do fundraising. It was going to be 5+ years to try and bring the money to the table. And we, in good faith, could not do that. So when you hear statements of like, well, we are where we are, it was not for a lack of a lot of effort on a lot of people and a lot of volunteer time and a lot of leaving work for our day jobs early to try and make this work. And I actually, even after I heard it was going to be $37 million, was one of the 2 members that voted to put it to the ballot, even though it was probably going to get shot down because it was not fiscally responsible, because I wanted to hear from the community, number one. That background is very important for everybody to hear, because we hear a lot of other things. That is all supported by the record. These meetings are recorded. That's all there. As for where we are at, the MOU got put to the side to try and make the Y work. Because you know what? We had some people saying, well, why is the city bailing out the Y? I didn't view it that way. I viewed it that we were taking advantage of the Y because we were getting programming that would cost hundreds of thousands of dollars for the city to try and replicate on our own, to run our own center, our own community center. Again, not fiscally responsible, as much as I would like to have it. So now we're at a point where we're back to the MOU because the Y is out. And I'm not happy about it, but they're out. And we're back to the MOU because this building was an incredible buy for the city at $2 million. Lots of people have said, I'll buy it if you don't, to the city. It was a great buy, and we need a home for Next. I have said numerous times, there are lots of cities that have community centers, and Birmingham is in a school building. And I've said, we can do better. We can do better. And I want to be part of that. So where do we go from here? We have a building that, if you look at the report, is beyond its useful life. And we have about a year before Next is not going to have a place in the Birmingham schools anymore. And so what do we do? Well, I am not a big fan of spending money on something that I know is not going to last or is not going to pay you back. It's like if you have a house and you're like, well, we're gonna put a balcony on the back and a pool in the backyard, but we know in 5 years we're gonna have to tear it down because it's beyond its useful life. That doesn't make any sense. And so I'm troubled with the fact that we're gonna take potentially millions of dollars that we have raised in a bond to invest in a building that we all know is a Band-Aid. Is the Band-Aid gonna be a year or 5 years or 8 years or 10 years? I don't know that. But I think what we have not discussed and needs to be discussed now, because this is a fork in the road, is what other alternatives are there besides investing? Can we invest what is the minimum amount we can invest in this building so that it is ready to accept the folks from Next on a temporary basis while we say, I don't know, build a smaller 10,000 square foot building in the parking lot next to it. And then when that building's done, move them over and tear the building down that is beyond its useful life.
How to get that answer is that's what she wants to get.
Right. So, and that's not inconsistent necessarily with what is being presented tonight because we have to find a home for Next in the next 12, 14 months. And we can't build a building that fast, even if we want. And if we're going to build a building, we're going to have to probably do a bond. It's not going to be $37 million, which none of us could stomach in good faith and as representatives of the residents. But maybe it could be 10 or 12 million. And so then I'm like, well, we got 3.5 in this bond. I don't want to throw it all in this old building when we could maybe do a minimum amount and then use some of that money towards the new building so that the cost, if it's, let's say it's $12 million or $14 million, we got 3 or 4. I would like to have that explored because I don't, and sometimes in life, it's just like, well, it's just not going to work, and we're going to have to invest this money in the building, and then we're going to have to go from there. And if that's the case, so be it. But I think we need to have that discussion. Lastly, we just hired a consultant because this commission is interested in public-private partnerships. We have a consultant we hired to look at this. Is 400 East Lincoln a possible building that could be used, that could be torn down and have a public-private partnership? You build a building, we have a partner who, does something with the building, whether it's offices or condos or whatever on the top, and Next on the bottom. I don't know, throwing that out there, but we're in a fork in the road where we need to figure out not just short-term, but also long-term. And that's my concern, because I, again, want to be fiscally responsible for all the residents of the city of Birmingham. And maybe this is the baby step we need to take tonight to make sure that Next has a home, which was the original purpose of buying this building. But at the same time explore, well, can we build a smaller building? Is the public willing to approve a bond with a smaller building? Or not? Or do we just invest the money in the building and move on, keeping in mind that we already did a study that said this building is twice the cost to run as a new building would be, even of the same size. So that's my concern. I want to ask the questions now, not because I want to be an impediment to moving forward. I want to make sure that we're making the right decisions as we go along. And that's my concern.
Those are good questions, and I think we do need to address some of those questions. There's additional questions that you didn't ask, but we'll get to those.
Commissioner Hay.
Commissioner Hay.
Thank you. Can I just verify a couple of items that have been quoted as fact to make sure that we're on the same page, first of all? So the MOU is, per paragraph 14, is a binding agreement, shall be in full force. It is a legal agreement, right?
Correct.
All terms and conditions. If somebody from Next or Next board could confirm that they wish to comply with the terms of the MOU, we've heard that before. Can we have that stated for the record, please? I see Chris Braun nodding, but can we have that as a statement that they wish to comply with the terms of the MOU?
What would satisfy you? You want her to come up?
Something on the physical record that says yes or no, one or the other.
I think
You'll
everybody who's
understand the
involved in the
question.
process right now believes that they very strongly want to comply with the terms
Okay.
of the MOU. If
Then
there's
someone,
something you're
yes, there is. Then
getting
someone
at.
please explain to me why in paragraph 7 and 8, it states in a legal and binding agreement, something that's different to what we learned tonight. The 14,000 square feet, by the way, is known to 2 people. The rest of us didn't know this. Paragraph 7. Where is this? Next, will lease approximately 75% or more of the square footage. Paragraph 8 repeats, Next will provide and integrate and continue to lease at least 75% or more of the square footage from the city and enter into a lease agreement, blah, blah, blah. The building's 44,000 square feet. 75% is 33,000 square feet. 14,000 square feet is 42% of the contractual requirement. By wishing to go for 14,000 square feet, that is in direct contravention to 2 paragraphs of a legally binding document.
Okay, I'm going to interrupt you and ask the council, is there also a paragraph in there that says that the agreement can be amended by mutual?
That's correct.
Can you read that, please?
Yes. It's paragraph 12. It says, "This memorandum of understanding may be amended in any part by only written agreement of the parties for June."
So is it safe to assume that the city and Next would be willing to enter into an amendment that would amend the square footage that they are required under this agreement?
That's correct, Mayor.
Okay. And is that something you anticipate doing as part of this whole process?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, the next part of my question, why did we buy this building? It was because we were asked for significantly more square footage than they have today. 14,000 square feet is approximately the square footage that's available to Next today. Why would we have spent money on a building that's not ideal, as the Mayor Pro Tem said, is not actually the right building for purpose if we didn't need that much space for the purpose that it was purchased for? I just wish to understand, because I was part of it, and now I don't understand why we bought a 44,000 square foot building.
I'll try to answer your question. At the time, they were happy to take 75% of this building. That would be wonderful. Can they live? Right now, their biggest concern isn't a new home that's 75% of the Y space. Their concern is they've got to move out of Midvale at a certain date. And they given a choice of having no home or a home that is the first floor of the Y, that's what they'll take. Now, if I'm wrong, Chris Braun can come up and tell me I'm wrong or tell the commission I'm wrong, but that's, I think, the answer to that question.
Subsequent questions. Have we approached the YMCA and now said, hey, by the way, there's 30,000 square feet that we're looking for a tenant for of this building? Because the YMCA left under the condition that was written in this MOU that they had 25% or less of the building which would not support their business. We just had the city manager say, phase 2, looking for future uses for the building. Well, we have someone in it who knows how to operate, that provides resources that many people in the city wish to continue having. Have we actively gone to them and said, we have 30,000 square feet that you can now use if you wish to use it? Thanks for turning the microphone off, by the way.
And
We
to
got
answer that
30,000 square feet.
question,
Has that happened? Because
I
it
believe it's
changes the
happened
dynamic.
repeatedly.
And the
Throughout
Y-
the process, the Y was asked, formally and informally, would they be willing to stay in the building with what they've got now? Let's say we were able to find another home for Next. Would you stay? No. Would you be willing to run the pool and have some? No. They wanted out. Am I correct?
You're correct.
And
They stated unequivocally, they do not want it.
Many times
that-
and in writing.
And Mayor Baller, may I also note that they were specifically asked, should we find another home for Next, which Tom Marcus spent 5 years trying to do, and this was the only alternative within the city limits. We asked, would you buy the building back? If we sold it back to you at the same price you sold it to us for, would you be interested in buying the building back? And the answer was no.
Well, and not only that, in the packet, there's actually.
Point of order.
I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, I thought you said.
Request
I'm sorry,
the floor,
I'm sorry,
please.
I apologize.
Thank you.
May I make a comment?
Yes.
Thank you. In the packet, Parrish Underwood, who's the president and CEO, who I have nothing but high respect for, having tried to work with him, wrote a letter in here saying the decision to sell was the unfortunate, this is his words, unfortunate convergence of factors including mounted deferred maintenance, what I said before, and lasting financial challenges of the COVID-19 pandemic. While either issue in isolation could have been addressed, together they significantly limited our ability to sustain the building in a way that meets the standards of our members and what our members and community deserve. These are Parrish's own words, but unequivocally, we have asked them numerous times under numerous different options,
We've said that.
and they've said no.
Commissioner Host.
I should share with you, I've met with the YMCA Metropolitan Board consisting of Parrish and as chairman of the board. And this 14,000 that Jana mentioned for next is 31% of the building, not 75%. We never asked the YMCA if they could operate with over 30,000 square feet. What was, according to this group and the ad hoc, we went to them and said, can you do your programming with 15,000, knowing that the pool and the locker rooms are almost 10,000? And the answer was no. So what Commissioner Long is saying, I'm not aware of anything other than Janice saying 14,000 square feet, which should change the ball game significantly for the building, and the hope that the Y would continue. I think there's real possibilities.
Okay, I'm going to...
And I'm talking about the programming.
Can I, if I may,
No,
Chair?
no. There are people up here who have not spoken. I want to give them an opportunity to speak. The city manager would like the floor.
I just wanted to say unequivocally, we have asked them if in multiple different iterations, would they be willing to stay even if they had the full extent of the building? No, they are not willing to stay. They do not want any part of this building any longer. They have moved on. They have told us that repeatedly.
Commissioner Kozlowski, Commissioner Kolb, the K's.
Sure. I'll go now.
I mean, I would love to have a motion so that we actually have something to discuss and we can focus.
Sure. I was hoping to just clarify a couple points.
Okay, good.
Prior to the motion.
Go ahead.
Because, number one, I sympathize with Commissioner Kolb's point of, it would be nice if we had a signed lease before we spent any money. And so I guess the first question is, suppose we just say, well, let's do this, and we're very, very close to the lease. What if we do it 2 weeks from now? Is that worse because, is there like some timeline that we think is really tight and we're not going to hit it if we approve this in 2 weeks? What exactly is the feeling there?
Good question.
2 weeks, you could absolutely wait 2 weeks. The timeline is closing, as you know, but I will not say we can't do it if we do it in 2 weeks or a month. So that was the original intent, was to bring the lease at the same time. And do I think we could bring the lease by February 9th? Probably. Or if not, we could bring them both to the following meeting, if that's the way the commission wants to go.
And then my sort of flip side question is, so as you mentioned, the voters approved a millage to raise a bunch of money specifically for the purpose of moving next into 400 East Lincoln, correct?
And renovating the building for that, yes.
So
Capital improvements.
Capital improvements, sure. So to what degree is this, well, we're gonna move them in? Like, the voters passed this millage, we raised all this money, right? We said we were gonna do this, we have this MOU. Yeah, we could wait until the lease is signed, but really, we're gonna do this. And so, there isn't really that much of a point in deferring, because we're going to sign this anyway. We already, the voters said we're raising this money to do this specific thing, and this is the plan to do that thing. So we got to make the plan before we do the thing that we're legally obligated to do. Is that a reasonable assessment?
And
okay.
I can guarantee you, well, no, I should say the word guarantee. I can assure you that it is very likely that the lease will be worked out in the next month or so or less, certainly before any architectural plans would ever come back to this board to decide what renovations you want to do and what amount of money of the millage you want to spend to move next in. But I think Commissioner Long mentioned it would also be helpful for the purposes of calculating the space for the lease to have a clearer picture of the space that we're dealing with,
Okay.
which the architect would provide.
Okay. So I think I'm satisfied.
Commissioner Long.
So I want to begin by acknowledging the pain that this issue causes Y members in Birmingham. I want to acknowledge that I am a full supporter of the Y. I was the mayor when we bought this building, and it's my signature on the purchase agreement and on the MOU. We bought it specifically for the purpose of housing Next, because it was the only facility in town, and because it was a, as Bill Kolb said, excellent business agreement. If the Y had agreed to sell this building on the open market, they could have gotten, it was estimated between $10 and $12 million for this building to raise it and do 10 to 12 expensive new homes. And that was an option for them. They instead sold it to the city to be good citizens. But they were absolutely intending to leave because their business model has been, since COVID, to close locations and consolidate. They are now focused on improving and adding floors to their building on 11 Mile, and that is where they are going. And they, as the city manager said, they have no interest in maintaining a presence in this building under any circumstances, even though we've offered and asked under a variety of scenarios. They do not have the financial wherewithal to contribute capital, and they do not have the financial wherewithal to sign a lease, which is why they had offered to pay operating expenses, because they could not sign a lease without violating their debt ratio with their bank on their current loans. And that is unfortunate but true, because we have asked and asked and asked. I will note that prior to being elected to the commission, I was the chair of the Parks and Recreation Board, off and on, for 13 years. And we have been working to try to keep the Y in Birmingham since 2005. We tried to get them to move into Barnum before we tore it down, to get them to take over that building and that pool, which were in better shape than the Y building even then. We worked with them in 2009 when they wanted to have a capital campaign to build a new Y on the parking lot next to the old one, open that up and then tear the old one down. And they asked if they could lease parking spots and parking land in St. James Park to facilitate that. And the city agreed. But then because of the economics, they had to abandon that plan. They have abandoned 3 or 4 capital campaigns and 3 or 4 efforts to improve this building, to upgrade the pool. They raised money for the pool that they ended up not spending on the pool because it wasn't a sufficient amount. So I understand the pain, and I understand the role that the Y plays. Like I said, we tried to get them above all other interested parties to take over Barnum because of the scholarships, because of the community programming, because of their importance here. We get it, we understand it. We had hoped that they would stay and continue summer programs. We begged them to stay and maintain the cardiac and exercise, the pool, and the summer programs, and they have declined over and over and over. They don't have the financial wherewithal to spread themselves that thin. And that's unfortunate, but true. So I believe we have tried many, many things. Is there a possibility that we could get them to come back in some form or fashion to maybe do something on the second floor? We can ask. If not them, can we find some other person who wants to put fitness on the second floor? We can ask. But this is a first step that we need to take. It is the reason we bought the building. I poured my heart and soul into this joint ended up being $37 million project. Back when we had an $8 million earmark, which we lost in the November election, because I so firmly believed in the importance of trying to keep the Y in the city. And even though we begged people to come and show support for that project, we didn't get it. What we got was people saying, you can't use my tax dollars to bail out the Y. They're a private entity. There's no mechanism in Michigan state law where we can spend money to support the Y. We can support Next because there's a carve-out for the provision of senior services. And Next is not just a random nonprofit. Next is the organization that the city has delegated their senior services programming to, rather than having a bunch of paid staff on our FTE. We have delegated that to Next for decades. As Tom Marcus used to say, it was the best deal in town because it saved the city 4 to 5 FTEs and Next takes all that responsibility. So I don't believe that Next has an in with the City Commission. They are our designated senior service provider. I don't believe that the commission is unfairly choosing them over others. They are our designated senior service provider. We bought the YMCA because it was an excellent business opportunity. We bought it to house Next. As the city manager says, are there opportunities to look at Phase 2, which is community meeting room use, which we've discussed and which was also part of the $37 million plan? Is there a vendor that might want to run the pool for us in the same way other communities subcontract the use of their golf courses? Perhaps. All those things can be investigated. But this is the first step that we need to take to get the ball rolling, to honor the MOU, to get some architectural drawings, and to not have Next out in the street in May of 2027. So with that understanding and context and acknowledgement of the pain in this room, I would like to make a motion in support of the city manager's actions to continue to proceed under the terms of memorandum of understanding between the city and Next in May 2023 to make renovations, upgrades, and cosmetic improvements to the existing building at 400 East Lincoln in support of Next moving into the building in May of 2027.
I'll second.
Okay, great. Discussion. I'm not sure there's much more discussion required up here, but let's confine the discussion to the motion. We know that you are opposed, so you don't have to tell us whether you're opposed.
I can add to be the opposition.
Okay.
If you don't mind. I forgot to say, this is putting the cart before the horse. We don't have a tenant.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm in favor of this. I agree with everything wholeheartedly that Commissioner Long, with an E on the end of it, said. But I would also like, and I know we're going to do it, push for what I talked about, exploring some other alternatives to try and make this work. Whether it's building a building and, on the side for Next, a new building down the road, whether it's a year from now, whether it's 5 years from now, and also making, to also determine the minimum amount we can put in this building so that we can move them in May of next year and still save some of the other precious money that we've raised to maybe go towards something more substantial and final.
Commissioner Haight.
I mentioned to someone in the audience tonight that this is about, do we take left foot first or right foot first? I do think, based off our experience with the architect that's been chosen, or the firm's been chosen, that they are the right ones to go for, because Newman Smith has shown an awful lot of good work to us. So I have zero qualms with going with them. I'm rather with where Commissioner Kozlowski's questions were earlier of, does 2 weeks make that much of a difference, because it doesn't appear as though it does. So I support going with the architect. I don't think we should do any activity because we don't have a tenant. The 14,000 square feet was new news to 5 of 7 people sitting up here.
Thanks.
So the way I look at it is we need to understand what the use is of things like the gym, because that was always a big sticking point, that the gym was wanted for multiple pickleball courts. Well, that's either the gym or the other space. 14,000 square feet isn't both. So the way I look at it right now is we need to have a future use for these areas defined by us for the community before we can actually have the architect do their job properly with the whole building. Because I'll just bring to everybody's attention a statement in the package from the Senior Center Committee that states the vision statement. The city wants to create a welcoming and dynamic hub where all members of the community can gather in an environment that promotes socialization, physical activity, and lifelong learning that can enhance both personal and community wellness. All members of the community. So we have 44,000 square feet of a building. 14,000 square feet is being requested. What do we do with the other 30,000? Because right now that's just turned into an albatross around the city's neck. It wasn't originally envisaged that way. So I agree with the architect. I don't agree with the timing. I think we need to wait. I want to see a plan for the other 30,000, or else we're going to be re-engaging an architect who is then going to work with a slightly different palette with constraints that are going to be already built into it before we understand what to do with the remaining space. And that is not fiduciary responsibility. That is failing our residents, because we've got $1.5 million that we spent on the building. We're raising $3 million. That's $4.5+ million that we're into it before we even have a building that we know what it's going to be used for the community, for all members of the community. Quote, all. We're only designing it for a certain subset, and the vast majority of the next members don't actually live in Birmingham. Sorry, but the vast majority don't. I think what Next does is fantastic. I wish there was a Next where my mother lives. She has more impromptu organizations. The bylaws and the mission are absolutely stellar. I've said it in public, I'll say it again. Absolutely wonderful. But our responsibility is to the entire community, and I see us not doing that with what we're doing right now. It needs a modification. It doesn't need to stop. It doesn't need to change. It needs to be modified in scope. And that's where we need to take that a little bit more time, kind of like Commissioner Kozlowski suggested, by saying, what's 2 weeks? The architect, check the box. I'm good, move on. Timing is not right, because the full facts are not available to everybody, including the lease writers, because you're only writing it for 14 of 44,000 feet. That's a problem for us. So I'm very torn on whether I actually support this, to be perfectly honest.
Okay. Just to respond to a couple things that you said. The city manager has clearly outlined her vision of phasing here. So, and she said we'd hire the architect not to do everything, but to do the first floor. The architect will certainly be aware that we intend to make use of the rest of the building. We've already discussed how some of the space that will be part of the lease will be access to the other areas of the building, and how they'll have to allow that. So that's the issue. To suggest that we don't have...
Point of personal preference.
To suggest that we don't have...
What discussion about access? We haven't had that up here.
Not every discussion of this occurs up here.
Well, then
Where do you
you've had
think
it.
the negotiation of the lease is going on? That's not going to happen up here.
But
That's part of the lease. To
so you're
suggest
working
that
on
we don't have
information that the rest of us don't have.
Excuse me?
Then you're working on information
You've
the
asked
rest
a
of us don't
question,
have.
I'm answering.
Yeah, I'm asking for clarification of that, but hence point of personal privilege. Oh, personal clarification, I beg your pardon. If you just made a statement that 5 of 7 of us had not heard before.
Well, I could probably make more statements
You
that
probably
5
can.
of 7 have not heard.
And that's the issue, is you're making statements and therefore creating an assumption of fact when the majority don't know this information.
I'm not sure access to the public portions of this building through Next's leased space is necessarily relevant to the question at hand. So right now, we have on the table a motion, seconded, to give her the authority to move forward with the MOU. Let's confine the discussion to that. I appreciate the questions you asked. I tried to answer them. If there's no other comment up here, I think we can take comment from the public. I'm sure they're eager to speak.
We have one online.
Okay, we have one online. Do we have, if you intend to comment on this, might you raise your hand so we get an idea of how many people plan to comment? Okay, I'm going to ask you, we're going to set the clock at 3 minutes, but I'm going to ask you to try to keep it to 2. If you can't keep it to 2 and you go over, then we're definitely cutting you off at 3, okay? Fair enough? Okay. If you want to comment, please approach one of the microphones. Try to speak into the microphone. Tell us your name and your city of residence. You don't have to give us your street address, but we do need to know your city of residence. And please tell us whether you support the motion or you're opposed to the motion. Sometimes we have comments, and it's hard to discern whether the person is speaking in support or in opposition to the motion. So I know you.
To answer that part, Mike Cliff, Birmingham, Michigan. I should preface my comments by saying they're mainly focused on what I understand to be Phase 2. I've heard a lot of good points in opposition to the resolution, but that's not the center of my point.
I'll tell you what, if you want to talk about something that isn't the motion that's on the table, I'll give you a little leeway. 2 minutes is all you get on that.
Since the purchase of 400 East Lincoln was made primarily with our tax dollars, I think it's only reasonable that Birmingham residents receive assurances that 100% of the building will be utilized. While it may come as a surprise to some of you, it's my feeling that the best use of the spaces not currently slated for the use of next is the current use, publicly accessible indoor fitness facilities, including a swimming pool. We're lucky in that sense. Other communities have committed millions of dollars to construct pools. We already have one. I swam in it this morning. And just today, I've learned that a local organization, the Birmingham Blue Dolphins, has expressed a desire to meet with city officials regarding a potential business arrangement to operate the pool at 400 East Lincoln. I'm assuming as a fee-based community recreation facility. That's a start. My thought is that we should go a step beyond that. The city should issue an RFP to identify vendors qualified and interested in the management of the fitness facilities. I don't want my comments to be interpreted as a lack of confidence in BBD. I think they're capable of doing a great job. But issuing an RFP would demonstrate the city's commitment to the idea of retaining the fitness facilities in the basement and second floor level of 400 East Lincoln and identifying a proposal that best accomplishes that for the citizens of Birmingham. Whether the city decides to issue an RFP or just proceed with the discussions with BBD, I hope that we don't set the bar impossibly high to meet. Let's work together to retain a publicly accessible fitness facility to include a swimming pool in Birmingham. There's not an abundance of building sites in Birmingham that could accommodate a municipal pool. We have one. Let's not miss our chance. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And please, keep up the pressure.
Hi, I'm John Hammer, Birmingham resident since 1970. I just want to address process, which I've heard some confusion about in the sequence of events. When you hire an architect, the first thing that needs to be agreed upon between a client and an architect is the program. The city manager used the phrase construction documents. Those are the last things before construction. And I don't know whether you used that as a broad term covering preliminary design, feasibility planning, but there's so much in the air here in terms of what the size of the building and the size of your proposed client next, that I would like to hear some clarification on the process of hiring this architect. I don't know what they've done. I'm new to this whole subject. I don't know what Newman and Smith have done already for you in terms of perhaps exploring possibilities of the use of the building. Upgrading the building to meet ADA is kind of a nuts and bolts basic thing. If that's the program, I don't have any questions. But it seems to me I need more answers to understand the process.
Okay, I think that I will respond to that. I think our report that's in the packet, and maybe during your oral report, you mentioned the first floor is pretty simple, and there aren't many upgrades required. There's an area that's now a fitness room that would be turned into multi-purpose rooms. Okay? You did say that. There's bathrooms that need to be renovated, and there's a child care facility that would be turned into an art room. There's not much more.
There's
right?
one other thing which I didn't mention.
Okay, go on.
Which is the weight room that's currently there would be turned into the next lobby, like they have
Okay.
at Midvale.
Okay.
But basically, keeping
So the
it-
program is very simple.
And it's well understood.
Yes.
by the city and by Next, and happy to make it understood to anyone who asks.
Patricia Lang, Floyd Street. I'm against moving forward tonight and getting an architect involved. I like what Mr. Long said, Commissioner Long said in terms of not wasting money. You know, moving forward on a renovation, hurrying up and getting documents signed with an architect when we don't have clarity on all the issues. I don't see why we are trying to push this through. Why aren't we pausing, taking a deep breath? Really, actually, I learned a lot listening. It was quite interesting. And it does seem like there, Commissioner Long, saying you feel for the Y people, because what they offer is really like the heart and soul of this community. And there seems to be not I know a lot of you said, oh, no way, do they want any part of it? No way. Yet when I've gone there, all along, right from the get-go, the people I interacted with who work at the Y have always said they want to be part of it. They want to stay in the community. So let's get some clarity. Let's make sure we have the right answers. Commissioner Host said the same thing. He seems to think that maybe all of the current situation hasn't been totally spelled out. Isn't it worth sitting down one more time with them? Because things are still kind of floating. They really aren't clear, 100% clear. Let's pause. Let's make sure we don't make any errors. Check everything out before we step forward. Thank you.
Thank you. I want to clarify a couple things. We did take a pause in August, and we have paused up until tonight, pretty much, other than the negotiations that have been going on in the background. So, and as far as what's the rush, it's not really a rush, but by July of 2027.
June, actually.
June of 2027, Next needs to be out of Midvale. So we are under that time constraint.
I get it.
So,
Yeah.
but yes, there are many questions that have not yet been answered. But I think some might say it's too much to expect us to answer every single question.
I really
I'm sorry,
appreciate all the work and time and effort that has been spent by all of you.
Thank you.
Trying to work through and get, make things happen between the two organizations, Next and the Y. It was grueling, and it's tough, and here we are, and it seems like we haven't made any headway, but I appreciate all your efforts. I'm just saying,
Thank you.
let's pause a little.
I appreciate
Just a
your
little more
comments.
pause.
We all appreciate it.
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Beata Lamparski, and I live in Beverly Hills, Michigan.
Hi, Beata.
So I've been a member of Next for about 8 years, and I am thrilled with all of its programming, and I have nothing but praise for its staff and how they look out for all of us members. And I know there's been some concern about that this facility, the new facility for Next, will represent all this broader area of the city of Birmingham, along with the 3 villages that contract. But I am so grateful that you're doing that. But Birmingham seniors still constitute more than 50% of the total population of seniors in our joint area. And I'm sure represent a good number of members in the community. And, we, the villages, share your library. We share your schools. We share your downtown, and we're very grateful for all of the investment you have made in your community so that we can all benefit, and hopefully we pay our fair share for these services and for all of the privileges that we get. So I am in support of you moving ahead with this tonight, and I'd like to, because I know there's going to be questions answered through the process that will be approved tonight. And we'll know more, and I think that'll be great. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
I'm Katie Braun. I live at 1509 Dorchester. I've been a resident for 20 years. Prior to that, I was at 1595 Mansfield. So I was here pre-kids, and now I am here with kids, and I intend to hopefully use a facility one day when I am 65 and over here in the community.
I think you only need to be 50 and over.
That's right. Yep. What I expressed, I too almost live in a house that's 100 years old, and I went through a renovation. But when I went and contracted with an architect, we also had a phase 1 and phase 2. But we told the architect what we had intentions of that phase 2 and what we wanted the purpose of it to be used for. And I think that that's the one thing that I feel that if you're going to hire an architect, I don't think you guys know what you want that phase 2 to really be. What I have enjoyed in the Y, and I'm not looking for the Y to be necessarily who is you're having. Maybe you can get a private equity or a consulting group, get another type of activity or other kind of camp kind of thing in here. But we have very little for our youth. Until they go into high school, there is no facilities in this area. Most of the parks, if you look at them, are geared towards little kids. The kids that are suffering are your age group of 10 to 16. And really, that's sad, because now what I see is I see kids now on motorbikes going around, driving illegally in the roads. People are complaining about this, but yet you give them nothing in this community for them to have. We have one feasible basketball court at Adams Park, which I had to contact the police department because there was crosswalks that no one was stopping for kids to even go through. We finally have signs in there. So I'm happy that now my 12-year-old, who's almost 13, had the Y for the last couple months to meet up with his friends. They're not around causing issues in the city. They're not walking around Birmingham on their bikes and disrupting or have to be the dismount area. They had a place to go. But instead, there's nothing. If you really think about it, I mean, tell me what we have provided for that age group. And we sit here and say how all these people have been here for years and they moved in and they've been for 20 years and raised their families. But you're leaving an age gap of kids that I have nothing. I mean, I urge you guys, if that is your phase 2, what's happening with the basketball court and that? Like, what happens to these boys? Where do they go? Tell me where they go. Because I guarantee you're going to have a lot more e-bikes around. And in fact, one of those e-bikes was one of my son's kids, or friends, that ran in because he was down by Booth Park, doesn't know how to operate it, and ran into the rear of a car and broke the rear windshield, or the rear window. So I'm looking for things of what you guys can give to us that we can do more for the community. Because I honestly, I mean, I probably voted for this next thing, but I didn't have kids really that were growing up in this phase. And now if the intention was that we were going to have some kind of community service where it was going to be Next and the community together, well, now it just seems like we're catering to Next. And then we're going to say, well, we'll get around to figuring out what we can do for the community. I don't think that's fair. I really don't. And I urge you, if you're going to go with this architect, which is fine, have that intention of what you want for the community on a long term. Because when I did this with my house, you're going to waste money. I mean, that's all I ask.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. And I would like to introduce you to Mr. Clift.
I didn't applaud because,
said no.
No applause. No applause. But I think advocacy is a good thing.
I've never met. This is my first meeting.
Thank you.
Thank you all for serving.
Excellent.
But I just feel like we're doing a disservice
Excellent.
to our community.
I'm Megan Jones. I'm a Birmingham resident, 1410 Yorkshire. I just echo everything that Katie said. I have 3 boys growing up in this area, and we have tried to not get them electric scooters and electric e-bikes because we don't want them to be on the roads, but they really don't have anything to do. They go up to Adams Park, half the time they're kicked out on half the basketball court because adults go there to play. And, they're not, good enough to be in the adult league, so they get kicked off. So they really did use the open gym, and that's all we're asking for. If the Next wants the art room, the child care and stuff like that, I do have to say, I, as a mom, and I worked part-time as a nurse, I went to the Y almost every day I had off with my little kids, put them in that daycare, and went and worked out, and it was amazing. So I am very sad to see that Y go because it was the most affordable place around here. There's nothing affordable. Going to the Y and having a family membership through my husband's work was amazing, and it helped us, meet a lot of people in the community. So looking at something that can go into that space that could cater and be affordable for families, I don't want to spend, $100 and I think it was like $230 for my kids to go to the Beverly Hills Athletic Club as a 12-year-old. That's ridiculous, a month. That's just, it's not in my budget.
So can I ask you, the city manager has indicated that what she's asking tonight is for us to do phase one and then phase two.
Yeah, because phase two is, you guys are saying, community meeting rooms upstairs. You don't have a plan at all. And now that the gym doesn't sound like the gym is even in phase one, so why, that's going to be closed while that's?
The gym is part of phase one. The gym is part of the next area. Something that was.
So the gym's gone.
Something was not raised, there has been discussion of Next. Next is primarily, give us your hours, Chris.
Monday through Friday, then we close at 7:30, Monday through Thursday, and 3 o'clock on Friday. So not weekends and not some nights.
And there's been discussion of making part of the lease shared, right?
Yes, we have talked, and Next has been amenable to potentially allowing public use of some of the area that is in their space, and they are not there weekends or evenings.
Weekends and evenings, and even, so, till 7:30. Why did I think 4 o'clock at some point?
That's what other senior centers do.
Oh, okay, all right. So,
So would they be amendable for changing the hour? Do we know these things or no? Because that would be part of the lease.
okay, I'm sorry. We can't do that. We can't have that kind of conversation.
So I don't support it because I feel like you guys don't have a proper plan of, you have phase one, that's great for Next, but I think to really support all of Birmingham, we really need to have a phase two before we even go forward with what we want the architect to do.
Okay, thank you.
That's all
I hear you.
Hi, good evening. David Bloom, in Birmingham resident. If the commission votes to move forward with anything on this project tonight, I believe the current scope of the motion is too broad, and it should be limited to just going ahead and hiring the architect if you don't want to wait a couple of weeks more. And let's limit the scope so it doesn't look like a blank check to this whole program is being reaffirmed. Okay. The second thing is Birmingham owns the building. We're going to be the landlord. If any of you are landlords and you're building a house or renovating a house and a tenant wants to come in and you're about to sign a lease, you would not sign a lease with the tenant that can't prove that they can make the payments that require the upkeep of the property. So I think it's very important to do the due diligence and give Next the time, while you're hiring the architect, if you want to go ahead, to come back and reaffirm or bring in Plant Moran, as I requested before, to do an audit to make sure how much is it going to cost to run that building, and can Next come up with the money to pay for it? Because otherwise it's going to be a problem. And finally, there are other people here tonight that are in support of moving forward that are not Birmingham residents, but residents of Next. It's very nice that they're here to express their support. The best support that they could give this project is to go to their own communities and their own boards and encourage them and raise public awareness to get those communities to pony up money to pay for this so that we can fairly share the costs. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bloom.
Hi, Francis Martins, Bloomfield Township, Michigan. I've gone to several of the Wednesday meetings, and I have to say, I don't know how you all have the patience that you do. You know, it's at the point where, and I'm a very patient person, but I have to tell you, you know, you've talked over the subject forever and ever and ever. I think you should go forward, get the architect in here and see what you have. The only request I have, because most of the people, when I go to Next, are like me in age, is that if you decide to do phase 2 with the lower level or the upper level, that you have a separate entrance. So that we don't have, because, you know, little kids, they don't realize that. I mean, you know, they're playing and they just run into you. So that's the only request. But honestly, I don't know how you guys have the patience and go forward. Please, thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Maureen Field, Norfolk Street, Birmingham. As I've written to you many times, and you know, there is a separate entrance to the pool, and it's on Edgewood Street. There is a door there, it goes right downstairs, and this is right near the elevator. So this would not interfere with people coming in to Next. It wouldn't be little kids running into big old people on walkers. That would not be the case if you utilize that entrance. And as a person who has lived in this community since '78 and has swum at the pool 4 or 5 times a week since then, and also a member of Next, I'd like both of these things to happen. And I think you've talked about it for a long, long time, and I think some action is needed. But I do agree that a phase 2 should be very seriously considered, because it's just like, oh, well, we'll do phase 2. And I think that should be a very serious consideration. Thank you.
So, thank you. Are you speaking in support or in opposition to the motion?
I guess I'm speaking in support, but I do think that phase 2 should be
Fast-tracked.
Should be.
Fast-tracked.
Yes.
Yes.
Fast-tracked and worked out, rather than just a vague idea of what we might want.
Thank you.
Recklin Hoff, and I am a Birmingham resident and a member of Next. I could address many of the comments that were made tonight, but I'm not going to, because I'm going to focus specifically on the motion that was made. I am 100% in support of moving forward on this, and timing is everything. And when we talk about timing, the commission has had 2 years to talk about this and to think about other phases and to think about other plans. We're down to the wire now. And I think that now is the time, more importantly than ever, to make this decision to move forward and to get the architect involved to come up with a plan for Next. That's what the building was bought for. Now, I want to also comment on Commissioner Host's comments that he said he represents the residents of Birmingham, as you all do, represent the residents of Birmingham. But you have to listen to the residents of Birmingham. They voted 69% to support a bond for Next to move into the Y. To
support a millage.
To support the millage, yes. 69% to support the millage. Those are the same residents that you represent now. And people vote thinking primarily, or one of their major concerns, are taxes. And yet they voted for this increased millage with money going specifically to renovate the Y to make it usable for Next. So in my mind, this has been a decision that has been stalled, and timing is very important. So I'm 100% in support of the motion.
Thank you. Hi.
My name is David Levinson. I'm a Beverly Hills resident, but a Birmingham taxpayer. My family goes back 4 and 7 generations in Birmingham. I'm 100% in favor of moving forward. Get this done. As others have said, the millage was passed by 69%. But you also need to remember that a lot of people from Beverly Hills, Franklin, Bingham, parts of Troy, and parts of Southfield were left out when Next took over from the predecessor, which was based on the Birmingham School District. That's why Beverly Hills, Franklin, Bingham Farms are considered members of Next and part of Birmingham, because we're part of the Birmingham School District, and that was what the predecessor was. So again, remember the history. I've lived here for 72 years, not going anywhere. I want this to be done, and it needs to get done because we got a finite time. And finally, I spent 42 years in the real estate industry. It's not unusual to have an architect working on the plans while the landlord and tenant work out the finest details on the lease. It is very, very typical in a user-planned building for that to be happening simultaneously. You're 90% of the way on the lease. Get it going. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to the north microphone.
Good evening. Sake of transparency, I apologize, I'm out of uniform today, so I happen to be a member of the Village Council for the Village of Beverly Hills for the past 12 years. I'm also the liaison to Next, but more importantly, I support this wholeheartedly.
And your name is?
Your name. Yeah, Rockaboo. So I'm acknowledging support for Next and our senior community. Good evening, everyone, commissioners, administrators, and all the residents. I want to take this moment to sincerely acknowledge and thank the Birmingham Commission and the administration and the timeless financial commitment, thoughtful leadership that you all continue to invest in supporting our senior population. Next serves older adults for our 4 communities, Birmingham, Village of Beverly Hills, Franklin, and Bingham Farms. Birmingham plays a central role. We also welcome other CVTs, or cities, villages, and township that participate and visit from our surrounding areas, which speaks volumes about the strength, reputation, and the regional importance of this center. Was that for me, sir?
No, it was for...
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Supporting adults at age 50 and over is not only a community value, it's also a municipal responsibility. And as Mayor Long with an E indicated, Next is the designated senior service provider. Next, this population relies on space like Next for health, wellness, social connection, education, and purpose. On any given day, dozens of residents and neighbors are benefiting from programs that help them remain active, engaged, and independent. It's also important to recognize that this is the age group is a major driver of our local economy. They support local businesses, restaurants, services, and cultural institutions. Investing in them is not just the right to do the right thing to do, it's also the smart investment in Birmingham's economic vitality and long-term sustainability. So again, thank you to the Commission for recognizing the importance of Next, for supporting a regional asset, and for demonstrating leadership that values inclusion, responsibilities, and community well-being. Thank you for your time and service, and if I may, sir, with your permission, perhaps you can just kind of finish your comments on what you were talking about with Commissioner Holst. Thank you.
What?
The corrections from setting the record straight, I presume?
Yes, thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Thank you for coming out. We really appreciate it. We're not sure we understand what your very last request was.
Well, the manager was giving the comments, and then you said, let's hold off on the comments till we get to the next.
Okay. That's true. That is true.
Yes.
So there were some
Corrections about
the YMCA Next, et cetera. Would you like to address those?
Well, we still have 2 hands up online for public comment.
Okay, let's stick. That's a good idea. Thank you. Thank you for that. Come on up.
Great, my turn. Hello, everyone. My name is Diane Slaughter. I'm a resident of Beverly Hills. Can you hear me? Can hear myself. And I'm a member of Next. I also swim at the Y. I want to say that I am very much in support of this motion and moving forward. I do, well, I think it is, I agree with all the comments about having a community place for our kids, and I really did appreciate what they were saying. However, this has been going on for a while, and I know that for all the comments that were made, this is, the building was bought for Next. It's, there's been quite a lot of work that's been done to look at the building and see, again, what would make the most sense in terms of rebuilding it, like not rebuilding it, you know what I mean? So I think that, and I also think that I've heard a lot of commitment from the commission, from all the commissioners, that there will be a lot of effort going into phase 2. So I heard that commitment, and so I think that right now it is time to move forward with the motion that's on the table and get us going. It's been several years, and I think that's what's in the best interest of Next and the seniors of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Dilgard.
Good evening, George Dilgard, Birmingham. A few points. One, last year the City Commission decided not to go ahead with a new building for the community and senior center. So, point one. So in response to some of the comments earlier in the evening by some of the people, the decision was made not to invest in a new building at that time. Secondly, the building on Lincoln, and I've stated it many times, going back 2 years, the building is functionally obsolete. And nor did the analysis, our architect a year and a half ago, major renovation required. So I do not think this phase 2 is practical, doing anything with the basement or the second floor. I think that should be off the table. Nor came up with $20 million to do the building. So what's the idea? How would we use the second floor basement without putting a tremendous amount of money into that building, those sections, to make it somewhat usable? Just not practical. Thirdly, agree with Mr. Long. Put money into the renovation, get Next in the building. We need the architects up front to do that. Need to do it now. Go ahead with the motion. I fully support it. Thank you.
Okay, I just want to disclose, Mr. Dilgard, that you are on the board of Next, and you have participated in the discussions regarding the lease. Okay. Ms. Braun.
Hi, my name is Chris Braun. I am a 35-year resident of Birmingham and the director of Next for, believe it or not, almost 12 years now. I remember first coming here, and this was a discussion 12 years ago. But we are here now. I don't quite know where to start with all the questions that came up that need answers. I know the 14,000 square feet is a change. We intended to always use the lower level as well, but time and finances preclude that at this time. We would certainly very much like to use the lower level for something to be determined, and that's where that additional square footage came from, as well as keep in mind when you say there's, 30,000 extra square feet, a lot of that is vestibules, boiler rooms, bathrooms, staircases. It's not usable 30,000 square feet, so it's not we're abandoning this abundance of square feet. We are trying to get into the first floor with as little issues as possible to make sure that seniors have a place to go, in a year or so. I think it's also important when people talk about being careful with taxpayer dollars, that they also consider what it would cost for the city to run a senior center, their own senior center under the Department of Parks and Rec, say, or something. Over the holidays, I did a study of the other 39 senior centers in Oakland County. We are the only 501c3. We are the only ones doing the amount of work we're doing for as little as we are expending to do it. Most other communities are, proportionate for their, take Bloomfield Hills, easily at $2.5 million to run their senior center. I know they're bigger, but I'm just saying, when you think of taxpayer dollars, you are doing the taxpayers a huge service by providing Next with some funding and a place to call home so we can provide the services to your seniors at a level I have to brag about is, I think, exceptional. We are experts in the field. When you say you subcontract to Next, that isn't the last 5 years or 10 years. It's 47 years we have been in a partnership with the city doing what we do for the underserved as well as the very active seniors. So I think those are important notes to make, and I think I'm happy to take question, but I think I disagree a little bit with George Dilgard in the sense that the city has done a good job rehabbing buildings in the past, whether it's the Arts Center, the library, this current building. I think over time we can do that as well. If this commission decides in a couple of years to do something different, that's fine, but I don't want to preclude the idea that slowly we can make this facility work well for seniors and the community, and we've always discussed having a community presence there in the rooms, in the gym, and, you know, if we actually end up with some fitness equipment and things of that nature. So we can do that as well. So I think most of your comments, to be honest, are pretty mute by this point. We looked extensively, Ms. Long, or Commissioner Long kind of addressed most of those. We've looked extensively for other places. We could not find one. The commission actually, in 2022, passed a resolution to have Mr. Marcus go out and look for a place, and this is what we came up with. So I'd like to see this move forward. It is now 3 years. It's not 2, it's 3 years we've been working on this. A lot of other thoughts have gone into this, a lot of other ideas. And when there's people here that say there's nowhere for teenagers to go, I recognize that, with the exception of the schools and all the extracurricular activities they provide, but there's literally nowhere else seniors can go. There's nowhere else they can go. They can go to the library to get out a book, but they're not meeting and talking and playing cards and, you know, listening to each other banter about what they did over the weekend and getting that socialization that they need to stay healthy and active. And I'm not going to continue to take your time. I thought by coming up last, I'd have most of these questions to be answered. So if you have any other thoughts, you know, please ask now, or I'm happy to address them at any time.
Safe to assume you support the motion?
Like I said.
Ms. Braun, I have one question for you, and I don't want to, there's been question about whether you can afford the cost of utilities and the maintenance that you'll be asked to do on the building. And you've done some research as to what those costs might be. You have some idea what the maximum amount, correct? And you also have some money in the bank, is that correct?
I do.
Can you tell us how much money you have in the bank, more or less?
I appreciate the question because I think that's a misnomer, and I, to be honest, get a little frustrated when people who have never asked or looked into what we do in our finances make that assumption. We have a $3.2 million endowment that we have been acquiring not only through donations, but when our end of the year money rolls over,
Sure.
We have to have an endowment by law to roll that over as a nonprofit.
Let me repeat that, $3.2 million.
With an M, not a B.
And what was the maximum amount you determined your share of the utilities and maintenance would be?
Well, there's that number that keeps getting thrown out at 500,000, but that included the pool, which we all know is very inefficient.
It also included the entire building.
Included the entire building,
So
right.
give us a rough.
240?
240 for your share or the whole building?
It was for,
No.
you know, Brian Dunning put 240 out there, the previous owner's rep.
But that was for the whole building.
I'm not even sure what square footage that covered, but when I look at the BBAC and the library, both of their utilities are under 100,000 for the year. I know we'll have additional expenses like internet and security and telephones, and we can afford that. We are very confident we can afford that on an operational basis with our current budget year, and hopefully never need our endowment, but we do have it if we need to.
Okay, thank you. We do have people online. Do you want to respond to that?
I just have something that you might want to ask Chris Braun.
Oh, okay.
Would
Chris,
she
don't go
agree
away.
that we're 90% along with the lease and we're almost there?
I would say 95%, absolutely.
Are there any, I would say, are there any points of contention at this point, or are they merely blanks that need to be filled in?
And some of that would come from the architect. the actual square footage and what would that mean to the utilities.
But what I'm asking is, are there any points of disagreement? Things that could potentially derail the agreement?
I don't believe so.
I don't believe so. Okay. All right, sorry, you've already spoken. We have other people who want to speak. Can we go on?
Yeah, go to the.
Okay, online we have two people with their hands up, Kay Barrett and Girl 10.
That's,
GLR 10.
so which one are you at?
Either one, let's go with Kay Barrett. There we go. You're on.
Hi, it's Christy Barrett on Harmon Street, and I am against moving forward with the resolution today. One is 2 weeks. You've gonna hire Newman Smith. They already know the landscape. They probably have very minimal work to do to come up with a plan that can be sent out to bid. There are a couple of things. 2 weeks is nothing. But there's some key things that need to be taken care of within that 2 weeks. The MOU needs to be amended. A lease agreement needs to be presented. And I agree with everything everyone has said, especially the younger parents, about it being affordable. I agree with Mr. Aboud, what he said about what a great area resource this is that Birmingham is providing. And I find that is an issue, is that Birmingham is providing only for everybody else. Where did we stand in the interlocal agreements? It's been 2 years. And a big part of my concern and why we should wait 2 weeks is the amendment to the memo of understanding, because the way the resolution is written is that you will implement the MOU, but in the MOU, it's not really valid. It needs to be amended to the square feet. And also a thing that really bugs me is in that MOU, it says this binding memorandum of understanding shall remain in effect and continue indefinitely. And I think that we know from the community house regret from dissolving the trust what those kind of agreements mean long-term. So I think 2 weeks to address some of these minor things will not delay Newman Smith in moving forward with the project, because they've been involved for 2 years. So that's all. I'm asking that the city commission wait 2 weeks. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. And GLR 10.
And that's me.
And that sounds like Gordon L. Rinchler.
Okay, so my video has been disabled by the host. Yes, it's G.L. Rinchler. This is Gordon Rinchler. I definitely live in Birmingham. And
Just a tad.
I think the third former commissioner to speak tonight. I just wanted to say a few things. One, I thought former Commissioner Hoff did an excellent job of communicating the fact that we should move forward. I fully support going forward. And I would just add that I've been to this party before. There are always reasons not to go ahead. If we had all the other questions answered, someone would say, I want to know what color the bathroom is before I want to move ahead. So I would encourage you, first of all, to recognize that this is a first step. This is a very softball resolution. It really does very little other than start the process and pass the resolution and move on. We are in a partnership, not an arm's length transaction. We will work together, as we've done for the past 40 some odd years with Next and the city, to work out any differences. So I would feel that there's always the argument that you're not doing the fiducial responsibility for the residents, but you're also not doing your job with the residents if you just simply endlessly delay for no apparent reason. I think that the reasons, if you look at them, what I hear with my experience of looking at these for many years, is that these are excuses that will be resolved. They're not issues that really need to be before you can move to the first step. So I would, in closing, I'm sorry I couldn't be there with you tonight. Health prevents me from that, but I would be very, very disappointed if you don't take the first step tonight and move ahead. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Commissioner. Yes, please.
I'll keep it nice and short.
Okay.
My name is Steve Mackey. I'm a resident of Beverly Hills. I'm a realtor here in Birmingham. And City of Birmingham has an excellent reputation for all the wonderful things that you provide to our citizenship. The shopping, the roads, the parks, the housing, the school system. We got a wonderful thing. But we have some neighboring communities that have excellent senior centers. I wouldn't say ours are. I am a member of Next. We need to upgrade things. We need a better face look for the image. I don't know how many residents that we have at Next, but there's a baseball movie that was written, a very great movie. If you build it, they will come. And we put a brand-new facility down here or upgraded face look to that people go by that road all the time, not the one where it is now. There's going to be a lot more visibility for it. There will be a lot more people attending programs there, and it will be an asset that everybody that comes around here and lives in this area will brag about. Thank you.
So you're in favor of the motion?
I'm in favor of the motion.
Thank you, sir. Okay. A couple more comments from the commission, and then we're going to go to a vote.
No, Mr. Mayor, maybe you want to explain to the public the 3-year sinking millage that was passed, what it actually says and what its intentions are.
Are you saying you want,
There's some
you want to hear
confusion.
what the ballot language was?
Well, yeah, there's some confusion that, it's been said that it was for Next, whereas
It was for the building to get it. Go ahead. We're going to read it right now,
The
please.
exact language was, do you approve of the addition of a new .33 mil levy to collect approximately $1,053,750 per year in revenue to be dispersed to the city of Birmingham for the purpose of making interim improvements and establishing a sinking fund for a senior center that will provide an array of services for older citizens for a 3-year term ending on July 1, 2027.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. I'm going to support this. We can't put all the pieces together right away. This is what, this is the best we can do. We need to move it forward. And I don't want to go through this again in 2 weeks. Are we good? We call a vote? I think we need a roll call because money's involved.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
No.
Commissioner Kolb,
Nope.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Oh, sorry. Wrong on.
Commissioner Teresa,
Yes.
Mayor Ballard,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
No.
4-3.
4-3, the motion passes, correct? Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming out. We really appreciate your time.
If I may, one little observation for the members still present.
Okay.
I would just ask Mr. Abood to go to his community, seeing as he has influence on it, to see if he can expedite that interlocal agreement.
If I may respond to that, sir? I usually don't comments, but we are 100% moving forward once we know what the commitment for the Village of Beverly Hills is going to be. We're all on board.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it. And, I've heard that. We've heard that. And it means a lot to us for you to come here tonight and tell us that.
Thank you. And the city of Birmingham did come, and we have a new city manager who's on board as well, so.
Thank you.
Time will tell. Like they say, let's just wait and see what happens. Thanks, Jenna.
Same has happened for the last 3 years. Nothing.
Where's that? Sounds like a politician.
Now we have the lines, at least
Well, that's his job after call.
new business A.
We're going to wait a minute for room to clear. If you guys could, if you're planning to exit, please exit the room, and you can have your conversations hopefully not near this door, because we need that door open for, I hit that pretty hard, didn't I? Ventilation. No, please leave that open.
I just figured they'd be out there for a while.
Yeah, no, I don't know. Let's try it. It's hot. We're going to move on to new business. Are we on?
Yep, new business A.
New business A, a resolution to approve the addendum to the lease agreement between the city and the Young Men's YMCA to extend the lease through August 31st of this year to allow the Y to offer summer camp programs in Birmingham for another year, and further to direct the mayor and city clerk to sign the addendum to the lease agreement.
Well, in follow-up to that discussion, the only thing that the Y would like to do to continue past their current lease, which ends July of this year, is they've asked to extend it an extra month so that they may run the summer camp programs this year. And that means that with the extension of the lease, as you read the addendum, it keeps all of the terms of the lease. That means they will continue to pay, even though they're closing at the end of April, to continue to pay the operating expenses through the end of August, should this addendum be approved.
So that's how many months that they will cover that we don't have to cover?
Well, they're closing at the end of April, so May, June, July, August.
Sounds like a deal to me, but looking for a motion.
I have a comment first, a couple of comments.
Can we get a motion?
I'll do a motion first.
And then we can comment on the
If
motion.
I may.
Yes, please.
I'd like to make a motion to adopt a resolution to approve the addendum to the lease agreement between the City of Birmingham and the Young Men's Christian Association of Metropolitan Detroit to extend the lease through August 31st, 2026 to allow the YMCA to offer summer camp programs in Birmingham for another year, and further to direct the mayor and city clerk to sign the addendum to the lease agreement.
Second?
Okay. Does the maker of the motion have any comment?
My only comment is that would they be willing to do it for another year? Was there any discussions along those lines?
There was not. They actually,
That's good enough. Does the seconder of the motion have any comments?
I fully support this because the summer camps are a valuable solution for childcare for families in our community.
Commissioner Colt.
I am supportive of it with some legal clarification. So if you look at the addendum, and it references, but all other items stay in consideration, it becomes a doom loop. Go back to 4B. The 3-year lease period. It doesn't state 3-year lease period and any extension. You have the same issue in 4E and 6. And there's probably more if I read it a fifth time. But if you go back and say, refer to the original document, again, I'm not a lawyer, but if you refer to the original document and it only covers the first 3 years of the lease, it kind of leaves us exposed without any clarifying language in the addendum that, no, you're still on the hook.
Okay, well, I'm going to ask the attorney if she understands what he's saying. Okay,
What are you referring back to? I'm sorry.
let's go to the
3-year lease.
chapter and verse
Okay.
you're talking.
So in the addendum extending the lease, it says, all other provisions of the agreement by and between the City of Birmingham and the YMCA of Metropolitan Detroit dated July 26th shall remain in effect. Now, if you go to section 4B, it says, duty care of as at the closing date during the 3-year lease period. So they can come back and say, yeah, I fulfilled that. There's no language that says, for purposes of clarity, this includes. So, and that's.
Now understand it?
no. But I think the clarification in the addendum is that all of the terms will be taken into consideration in accordance with the letter that was attached. It says the term of the lease is hereby extended.
Right.
Okay, that takes care of it.
Are you satisfied?
Satisfied with that?
I don't have the original lease.
That's all right.
Yeah.
He's satisfied. Let's move on. Commissioner Host?
I support this wholeheartedly, but I also want us to realize that last summer, more than 150 kids were turned away from the program, and it would be nice to have that extra 150 under the tutelage of the Y, and if it's in one of our parks, that's fine, or 2 of our parks. I would love us to extend the partnership so that the actual number of children that want to be in the program can participate. Maybe the Y will turn us down, but
Maybe you want to take that on as a,
what?
maybe you want to take that on as something that you spearhead and make happen.
I will be happy to talk to the Y.
I mean, I'm just saying, it's a great idea.
Mr. Mayor?
Yeah.
The reason why I asked the question was for that very reason, and I remember Parrish saying that he suggested more than once that they would like to continue, at the very least, the summer program, and maybe that's not possible, maybe they'll turn us down, but it's worth the ask.
Right.
And maybe by offering to take those extra 150 kids in a park, it demonstrates some way of continuing this thing year after year without access to the 400 East Lincoln, right?
As a parent of kids who go through that right now, which most of you are long gone with, you need more than a park. You haven't hit it yet. You've got an experience coming your way.
Yeah.
But you've got a lot to go.
Oh, I know. I
You
have
need
friends.
more than a park. I'm just going to let you know.
Okay. Any other, we have a motion and a second. Any other comments? Any comments from the public? Anybody online, raise your hand.
I don't see anybody.
I don't see anybody. Okay, wow. Roll call, I guess. There's money.
Commissioner Kolb,
Yes.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Commissioner Therese Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Haig,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
Yes.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
Yes.
Mayor Miller.
Yes, thank you. New business B, resolution to approve the draft community survey, authorize the distribution of the survey to the public.
Second.
That wasn't
There's
a
no
motion.
All right, good evening. So tonight I bring before you the draft community survey that we've been working on for several months now. This dates back to September when we first entered into a contract with Cobalt Consulting. And to get to this point, we held a kickoff meeting with our working group. That was 2 of our commissioners, 2 members of our public, Andrew McMeckham, who stood up here in front of you all in September and offered to volunteer, and Deborah Horner, who we lured in due to her expertise in this area. She may be online this evening. And then staff members, myself as the person running point on this, Mark Clements to bring in some perspective as far as going along with the aging in place plan that he worked on and other perspectives. Melissa Coda, our city engineer, to cover any infrastructure questions. Mary Chavez, finance questions, trying to get a wide variety of opinions here. Nick Dupuis for planning and sustainability, and then Mary Ann Gamboa, who is, of course, our communications director and very good at, I guess she's the keeper of the tone of city communications. So Mary Ann is always a valuable asset. So our group met in October with Will St. Moore from Cobalt, and we kind of discussed with him at that time. He asked questions to get what it was the members of the group wanted the scope of the survey to be, and included in that conversation were comments directly from the commission back in September when they were hired to just kind of like set that scope. He gave us a first draft of the survey, which we brought back to the group, and the group discussed the first draft in depth. It was perhaps not my proudest moment of running a meeting because it went nearly double the length it was supposed to be, but there was that much enthusiasm and I would say candor from our group to get to that point. Since then, staff, we had some marching orders for when that second draft came in as far as wording of things. Nick Dupuis in particular helped us with the language around sustainability. And then the last draft that we had, we just had some wordsmithing. We went over with the city manager. And tonight, we bring to you what is ultimately the efforts of a fourth draft of the survey. If the commission decided to move forward with the survey this evening, Cobalt and Will from Cobalt assures me that that could be produced in about 2 weeks and be out to the sample size of 2,000 residents. And, then we start the collection period, and a little bit offset from the sending of the mailed surveys to that random sampling, we would have the survey posted online for all residents who wish to participate to be able to answer the questions. And it was important to get the mailed random sample size out first so that they have the survey in their hands, they have the opportunity to do it, they have the opportunity to submit it before they get to it on the online version. So if you're really enthusiastic, we want you to do the paper survey from the random sample first, if you were so selected, and send it back. The data from both of those sets would be kept separately for the purpose of analysis. And, just as a reminder, this really was envisioned as a way to reach some residents that we don't always reach. We have very engaged residents. They were here this evening. But there are people we don't always reach, and a randomly sampled survey is a way to do so and get kind of, a wider range of voices on the process. And from that, I would be happy to answer any questions. And Will is also online tonight. And
Who is online?
Will from Cobalt
Okay.
is online. And I believe Deborah was.
Okay.
She is.
She's online.
She is.
Commissioner Haig?
So, I asked for it, I participated in this. I think we are in a great place. I see nothing that I would change on this because I'm not an expert, but I like where we are with the fourth revision. I do want to just also remind us, one of the things that's in there, Melissa, I think you skipped past it, but I thought it was very important because I believe Will actually brought it up as well. Commission may also choose to conduct future community surveys to measure changes in the community sentiment over time. I think that would be a very good idea because we can learn from this and that will adjust questions for the future. So this, I think, is going to do a lot of good for us. And I would actually like to make the motion right now because I'm good with this. It's been hashed out in a lot of detail with everybody that was involved. But if you want to do any more discussion before I make a motion, it's up to you lot.
Well, I think discussion in the context of a motion is fine.
Then I would make the motion adopting a resolution approving the draft community survey and authorizing the distribution of the survey to the public.
Second.
Cole.
Did you have comments, Bill?
I just a question, it's more for you, though. I think once this is out, we got to make sure with all of our data collecting vendors, for example, this that we got on Saturday, which is we need to make sure we get the raw data so we can do our own analytics.
We discussed that at one point, didn't we?
Commissioner
I kind of
Long.
remember it. Remind me.
So I appreciate all the work and the effort that went into this, and I acknowledge that this is Commissioner Haig's baby. But I have some concerns about this, primarily about to ensure that after going through this and spending this money and engaging the residents, we get actionable information. And I do not think that several of these questions are clear. I have some concerns about some of these questions. So for example, 6, what is, please rate the transportation infrastructure in Birmingham and rate it on the following attributes. Traffic congestion on the roads. Well, I'm not sure what actionable information you get on that because it's going to, if you live on Shirley or Arlington or Torrey or Adams, is it the road you live on? Is it Woodward? Is it Maple? I don't understand how you would get useful answers to that because it is not a clear question. There's no context. In 7, please rate the parking infrastructure in Birmingham and rate it on the following attributes. On-street metered parking. Are you asking people about availability or cost or that it's a 1 hour meter versus a 4 hour meter. And so they could say poor for any one of those reasons, but we wouldn't know why. So I have some concerns about the phrasing of some of these questions being so overly general. Parking use by business employees, do you mean in front of residents' homes? Do you mean feeding meters? Do you mean passes in the deck? Again, I am struggling to understand what exactly those questions are trying to get to. In number 28, I would like to ask that the committee considers maybe making that a rank choice question instead of mark up to 6, because I am concerned that there are, first of all, very many choices there. But if everybody goes through and says garbage collection, yard waste collection, police services, fire, that the other, we will have no idea about the lesser items, about communications or bicycle paths or, street lighting, because everybody's going to use up their 6 on the very basic, obvious choices. So perhaps if we asked it as a ranked choice question, which are most important to you, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, we would at least have people addressing all of them. Number 29, if you want to improve the areas you selected above, how should we pay for them? Should you shift dollars in the budget, or I'm willing to provide additional dollars? Mark up to 2. Well, there's only 2 choices. So if everybody picks 2, again, what actionable information do we get from that question? And I'm happy to be educated by Will or anybody else on the committee. I also think that under 30, engage in public-private partnerships, develop a new police station. Those are very difficult, complicated questions for which there's no context. And I don't, again, if everybody in the community says, nope, I'm against public-private partnerships, do we fire the consultant we just hired? What is the actionable information we're hoping to get out of some of these questions? So that is my concern. I think that it warrants a few more edits because of those reasons.
This is a draft.
Commissioner,
No, this would be the one that would go out, so she's got valid questions.
Commissioner Kozlowski.
Yeah, so I echo Commissioner Long's feelings. I felt like I walked through and I tried to think, well, how would I feel if I was taking this survey? And I felt like Commissioner Long pointed out, there were things about like the parking where I felt like if I was confronted with this question, I wouldn't really know what I was trying to convey. I felt like there were some questions where, and then I also thought, how would I feel reading this? And this was in terms of, is this stuff actionable? And there were certain things like under question 16 about the sustainability stuff, if somebody gives greenhouse gas reduction a 1, is that because they think we should be doing a lot and we're not doing enough? Or is that because they think it's a waste of time and they don't think we should be doing it at all? Right? Those are diametrically opposed opinions that I feel like might manifest themselves as exactly the same data. And so seeing a lot of people who are unhappy with how we're doing greenhouse gas emissions or bicycle facilities or something, I'm not sure that actually gives us a good sense of what people would rather we be doing here. And then I think on a number of these issues, I feel like price is just the most important thing. We recently did, there's questions about redeveloping East Lincoln. And, there was a long discussion about East Lincoln, and our final conclusion, I don't think, was it's a good idea to build a community center or it's a bad idea. The ultimate conclusion was this price is too expensive for this building. And I feel like so many of our questions boil down to precisely that. We want this thing, but it costs this much. Can we pull the price and results levers to try to find something that we consider acceptable? Is the difficult work of the job that we do. And I'm just not sure if we ask people, should we build a new police station? Well, what do we get for it, and what is it going to cost us? I'm not sure that those things are going to be salient in this. So, and I feel like what I will say is I think 28, I agree with Commissioner Long that it needs to be reworked, but I think if we rework it a little bit, I think there's a huge amount of potential there. I think that is some of the real meat of what we can do here, is we want to know, what do people care about, and what are they saying, I care about this, I'm willing to pay more to see more of this happen. That would be, I think, extremely useful information, because I think we are always very reluctant to raise people's taxes, understandably. But if we have a lot of people who are saying, but this is really important to me, you know, the sidewalk improvements, I'd shell out extra money every year if we could really get our sidewalks in great shape. Perfect, right? That is really actionable information. But I'm afraid that as the question is structured right here, it's going to get lost. You choose 6 things and then one checkbox about whether or not you're willing to pay more. So I think that we could tease this out into something that will really give us a lot of great information. And so I think that just doing another round of edits here is going to turn this into something really valuable.
Can I make a suggestion?
A suggestion or a comment on the motion?
Well, it's both.
Okay.
I think that this needs another draft. I think we should all take it home, and I think we should all take it, and we should bring it back next time with comments about how we can improve it. We just heard some of them, and having taken it, I think that we can get this where, first of all, I think there's a heck of a lot of work that went into this.
Yep.
Thank you. And I think that it's almost there, but let's maximize the responses that we get so that they're useful, so that we don't have, maybe they're just boxes underneath that says, please provide additional comments. Maybe it's doing a ranking rather than a rating. Let's all take it. Let's come back in 2 weeks. Let's provide our comments and get this thing out. My last comment is, are we doing this online or is it paper?
The original, the truly random sample is on paper, and then it will be available to all online after that.
That's what Melissa said, the 2 sets of data are going to be kept discreetly separated.
I understand. My point is that if I got this in the mail, I probably wouldn't answer it, other than the fact that, if I'm being honest, if I got it where I got a link that says you can go on and do it, I'd be on my computer doing it. I just don't think that people are going to do this, fill it out, and mail it in. And I'm trying to make sure that I would love to get 21,000 or 7,800 or whatever the number is for, per household responses, and I think that we need to consider that as well.
Maybe there's a way to tell them that they have been chosen, and that the way to do it is to take it online. I don't know.
We would have to ask
Why don't we let
That
Will
eliminates people
answer some
too,
of
though.
this? Because he did give some reasons behind why some of it's constructed the way it is, but I hear those comments, and they're very good, valid comments. So please let him give some of the explanation, because I think we did ask a few in this general theme anyway, but this is where it went for a reason.
Okay, may I make my comments? And then that would be great for him to respond. So I'm an editor, and the first thing I see is the title, City of Birmingham Engagement and Priority Assessment. And I have to say what? So I would recommend another title, something simpler. And then the first item, number 1, please list up to 3 things you like most about the City of Birmingham. That is a statement, not a question. The proper punctuation is a period, not a question mark. That may be seen as minor, but it's not. If we were to approve this, we would have been sending out something with incorrect grammar. That's not acceptable to me. In fact, there's grammatical issues throughout. Please think about Birmingham's fire and emergency medical services on the following attributes. I'm sorry, that's just not grammatically correct. So the grammar throughout needs to be looked at carefully. As far as the questions, I agree, and I would have my own additional. I think we may be asking too many questions. And I recall before we did this, were we not asked to provide some feedback, each commissioner to provide some feedback about what we thought each of us should provide? It would have been helpful if that feedback was included in this package so that I could see what everybody had suggested and determine in my mind whether, so I recall, it's hard to remember, but I recall at least one comment I made that one of my pet peeves about surveys and polls is that we're asking people to opine about things they probably aren't very well educated on. And we end up with with responses saying, so that we need to take the time, as you said, put it in context, educate the person about what this question is. So if you're talking about the police station, you might say, we have, give them some background. We have security issues, we have space issues, and we have considered building, a new station. We had plans drawn up that we put on hold because they were either too expensive or they were taking up space, behind the city hall, and give it some context. But really, I think we need to drill down on certainly fewer than a dozen and probably fewer than 10 questions we really have as commissioners about that are actionable. Do people want to spend more on roads? Boy, that's a huge question, right? Do they think it's fair if we change the funding formula for unimproved streets so that, people who had paid 85%, going forward, we're only going to charge 50%. How's that? You guys okay with that? So questions like that. Yeah, I think we need, I appreciate the work that's been put into this. I think it's going to require a little bit more than a little editing. I think we need to take it and really think again about what we want to learn from this. And it's valuable. We can learn stuff. But there's stuff in here, like, do we value police and fire? Of course we do. I mean, that's not even a question. So, anyway. No, sorry.
Okay.
We're going to, we have a couple people online who want to comment. We're not going to take comments yet from the public.
Because we want to hear from Will.
The first thing I want to hear from is either Will or the other member of the committee who is online. Is that Deborah Horner? She doesn't have her hand up. Will, I don't know.
Let's get Will.
Will's further down.
Will
Davis has his hand up.
You can put your hand up, or somebody will just unmute you.
Gordon Davies.
No, we're going to take Will.
Good evening, everyone. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Yes.
We'd love to see you if that's possible. Can you turn on your camera?
I can. Hey, B.
IT has to let him.
Oh, IT has to let you.
Yep.
Okay. Well,
I wouldn't want to break the camera. Okay. Great comments, first of all. So I want to provide some clarification that might be helpful. One is that the version of the survey that you're looking at is not actually the final version. It's the final set of questions, but we still go through a process yet of proofing and final layout. So the questions and concerns regarding grammar and some of the layout being a little bit funky, all of those will be resolved once the questions themselves are blessed. The question as far as distribution to the random sample, they do have the option of completing either on paper or electronically. The paper cover letter will have a QR code that they can use to go on to an online version, and it will also have a link that they can go into and take the survey from there. For the folks who are part of the random sample, there is an ID number that we ask for them to put in that allows us to track to make sure that we are hearing from valid people and that we don't have 5 responses or people who are not actually receiving a random sample survey. So it helps us from a statistical standpoint keep everything straight. And then those who are not part of the random sample, they just put in Birmingham for the response, and that allows them to go in and we can keep everything separate on the back end. So just a few things as far as how that flows. Some of the questions regarding analysis, for example, with the early questions on transportation and such, we can certainly tweak the questions, and I have no concerns about that. The thinking, though, are a couple of pieces. One, from an analysis perspective, we take each of these questions and we break it across two dimensions. So there's the score in terms of are they marking it high or low, but we also calculate the linkage to overall satisfaction. So is it a high linkage or a low linkage? What you end up with is a 2x2 matrix. So you can see what are the things that are rated high that are also important. They're tightly linked to overall satisfaction. What are the things that are rated low in that are closely correlated to overall satisfaction? So it becomes much more actionable because not all high scores or all low scores are created equally. Some are more drivers than others. This also allows you to have a little bit more context from a benchmarking perspective because some of these questions we ask, it's part of our annual index. So those are things just to keep in mind. But like I said, we can certainly change things to make it meet your needs. We do put in a lot of open-ended questions throughout the survey. And the reason that we did that was to get some of this additional qualitative information, some insight on why they responded the way they did. You do want to be careful not to put an open-ended question after every section because survey fatigue starts to kick in and people will drop off taking the survey and you'll end up with a low response rate. So balancing the number of open-ended questions with the overall survey is an important consideration. Looking at question 28. As far as the rank choice and marking up to 6, the reason that we had mark up to 6, we could make mark up to 7 or do it other ways, but we know that the police, the fire, and the roads are always going to be the top 3. The question is, what are going to be the next 3? So that's why we have that much depth. And when you are taking this survey and looking at the results over the entire population of responses, you get a lot of variability. So you will end up with a Pareto chart basically showing you what are the things that are most highly selected and what are the things that are not as highly selected. So you do get a sense of the importance. And then when we're looking at the funding, there are 2 options. Some people will only click the one as far as they only support moving things around the budget. Some people will be willing to pay extra. We take those results and we cross them with question 28. So essentially you end up with another graph that shows you what are the things that are most important to people and what are the things that they're willing to pay for. So you can also break that apart by demographics and so on, so you get the insights there. Let's see. Some of the questions, as far as providing a bit more context, for example, the police station, I think that makes sense. The thing that I would just throw a little bit of caution out is you want to be careful not to lead the responses too much. You want to educate them a little bit. You don't want it to be so long that they're reading a whole book in order to respond to the question because they'll stop taking the survey. So you do have to keep that balance in mind. So I think those are some of the high. Oh, the other thing is that this is something of a 30,000-foot survey, so surveys are never done in a vacuum. This isn't the only chance for people to share their ideas or for you to interact with the public. So sometimes questions come up and it might be a low-scoring area. You don't know exactly why people responded the way they did. For example, with parking, is it the price of parking? Is it the availability of parking? But if parking pops up as an important issue, and you're looking at the demographics in terms of which particular groups marked it low, then when you're out in the community and having conversations with folks from some of those demographic groups, you can ask them, we had a low score on this. What are some of the reasons that you answered that way? What are some of the things that we could do to make it better? So it does become a wonderful support for gathering some of that qualitative information and the information that you can gather from residents on the street. Because if we were to go through questions like the parking, for example, and ask every permutation of the parking question, that would eat a lot of real estate and a lot of survey energy, basically, as people were taking it. And if parking isn't a big issue, then you've wasted a lot of real estate for a question that wasn't that important. So those are just some of my high-level thoughts. But as far as going back and doing another draft, I think that makes sense. We can certainly go through and do that.
How does the commission feel about being more involved in the next draft or in somehow, I think our feedback beyond tonight, it's been a long night, it's 10:15. I don't think we should be expected to give them the feedback tonight that they will use if they're going to do it. So the options might be we do a workshop, or, as you suggested, everybody take it and provide feedback over the next week or two. So
There's what, 28, 30 questions?
Everybody take it.
I think everybody takes it. I think everybody comes prepared next time to discuss it. And we have Will back on, on the phone, and we provide the feedback, and then they take it from there, because they're not going to get it any other way. They're not going to get it by osmosis. We need to provide the input, and I think we need to put the time in to do that. And I wholeheartly agree that now, I don't want to give this short shrift. They've already been a tremendous amount of work. I would like us all to have clear heads, maybe a cup of coffee, in the morning or on Saturday, and go through and do it.
Do you want us to bring it with us in 2 weeks, or we can drop it off so it can get passed back to us so they can start chewing on it?
We have it, so, yeah.
Yeah, we have it, but he's saying us to fill it out. Fill it out as in fill it out in the next couple of days, bring it back here, drop it off to Jan or scan it, whatever it may be.
I don't understand what the fill it out means, because I still don't understand how to interpret the questions.
That's where you would say, that
where
this
you would
question's
put it
not
in the
clear to
free-form
me.
field.
Here's the problem with this question.
Yeah, sorry.
Go ahead.
I was just going to say, at the risk of sounding rude, I don't want this to turn into a meeting that could have been an email, right? I feel like we could all go home, read through the survey, list out, boom, 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 here are the questions that I found confusing as I was sort of mock taking the survey. Here's the questions where I'm not sure that I know what kind of action I'm going to take. How am I going to think about the city differently if I know the answer to this? Give all those to Melissa, and then she and whatever the working group is can maybe take another stab at recompiling another draft. I just feel like if we bring this up in the meeting, there could be like hours of nitpicking.
I agree with you. It will be over-engineered here, and that was the goal, to not do that here.
Yeah.
The only caution I give, and that's why I wanted Will to give you guys the same explanation that we kind of had in the meeting, because there were a lot of, I looked at Melissa earlier, we asked a lot of the same things. The only caution I give is we're almost over-involved. And therefore, we're going to look at it with a totally different lens than almost everybody else in the city. And that's almost to our detriment, because we're already over-analyzing every single question. And that's the one concern I've got. Now, I got no problem in taking it, handing it back in, like Mayor Pro Tem suggested. Good suggestion, fine. But I do think we will overthink it compared to almost everybody else in the city. And that is a little bit of a risk for us, that our lens is too focused.
And we are not average residents in terms of
Involvement,
et cetera. And so, very good observations. So this is actually why I love what I know as Four Eyes reviews, because you caught things that we didn't necessarily see. That's why I really like them, because I view those as really constructive. I think we should do your suggestion. We fill it out. We can mail it back to Melissa, but then we've got to be careful about our own inbuilt, almost like a prejudice of how the answers should be.
There are certain questions in here that are aimed at getting responses over time, right?
Yes.
It would be useful for us as we go through it to know which ones those are. So maybe if you could give a list.
I think some of those.
Before we do this exercise, we should have that. We should have all of our responses originally, what we had all said we envisioned this to be.
To that point, I only received one email.
What?
To that point, I only received one email, and it was from you.
Oh.
You got one from me.
Really?
Well, but you were part of the group, too.
Yeah, all right, I don't care.
No one, there was a formal request, was there not?
Yeah.
And the commission did not respond?
It was at election time, and we were putting together the group, and I think...
Okay, well then I think that whatever that was.
Sorry, when did this request go out?
You weren't elected.
Okay, so I was the only one who was not in on this.
Let's repeat it then. Give it to them all again, and if you want to include what I said, great. And then we should all have access to what each commissioner says about their idea of what this should be, because that's like to go from the high level. The high level is, what questions do we want answered? Right?
Be careful of OMA about access, because then that turns into group.
At the chamber.
I don't know about that. She can opine on that.
If we all send an email to
That's why I just want to urge caution with it.
Right, we're not talking.
Mr. Mayor, one point of clarification. When I say that I think we're all on the same page, but I just want to make sure we're clear. When I say that we take this, I don't mean we like check the boxes and go, here you go.
Right.
We write in the margins. We're like, I don't want this, I don't like this question, or I would rephrase it, or don't take the question mark out, or please rate your transportation infrastructure in your neighborhood. Please rate the transportation infrastructure in downtown Birmingham.
Right.
That, right there, I'd make those two changes, and you just got a whole bunch more information and structure.
And I would
That's
suggest.
the kind of changes I'm suggesting.
I would suggest a standard format for that. In other words, maybe we do it as an addendum, and you say, this is the question number, these are my comments about that question number. Because you need to collate all that. You're going to have 7 people giving you, or I assume you guys will participate. Yeah. We have Deborah Horner online. Deborah, I don't think you put your, are you listening? Can you raise your hand? We'd love to hear from you. There she is. She raised her hand. Can we, who says?
Hi. Yes, I'm Deborah Horner. Thank you for recognizing me. I can turn my video on if you want me to, or I can just
Sure.
to
Love to see
the
you.
speaker.
I'm not sure it'll work, but yeah.
Can't do video, I'm afraid.
Oh,
Sorry.
no video? Okay, got it. Okay. So I am a researcher at the university. I'm a Birmingham resident of 35 years. I'm also a survey researcher at the University of Michigan. I run a survey research program for the past 16 years, surveying local governments. So actually, I survey you for a living. But because of my expertise in designing surveys, I was asked by the city staff to join in. I also actually have worked professionally with Will St. Moore and Cobalt. I know of them professionally. I'm a nonprofit researcher, academic researcher. They are a nonprofit as a vendor, but I do know of Will and have known him for a long time in the survey research field. So anyway, basically, I was just drawn in as kind of to represent, I think, residents, and then also for the survey expertise that I've got.
And what are your thoughts on the draft?
So I haven't seen the most recent one, but I did help, as Melissa said, work on the first draft of the survey. I had lots of commentary on it. And I agree with a lot of the comments that probably it could still be tweaked, but I definitely think that it is on the right path. I think what you're going to want to do is have a survey that you could potentially repeat to see where you make improvements over time. I think you don't want to get so far down into the weeds with survey respondents who don't necessarily know a lot of the details of policy, such that they think, oh, this survey is not for me, I'm not smart enough or wise enough or informed enough to take it. You do want to get the survey responses from people who maybe just have a passing knowledge or even no knowledge of some of the things the city is doing. I really strongly believe that don't know answers can be very informative to policymakers. I think you may or may not overestimate what your residents know or think about some of these different issues, and getting those don't knows can also be helpful to you in guiding your own communications with residents or messaging or other kinds of decisions that you feel that you can make. So I think the instrument is a really good one. It's a strong base. I think you can definitely have changes to it that are going to give you more information of the kind that you know what you need. But I think you're really, very far along the path of getting to where you need to go.
Thank you. Does anyone have any questions for Ms. Horner? Okay.
Can I just address the question of what would be repeat questions versus like maybe more of a one-off?
Oh, right.
Before you take it home and give us your markups. I mean, truly, all of the questions, probably up through number 29, could be repeated. Those are questions about what it feels like for you, the resident on Grant Street, to live in the city of Birmingham. So those questions, And I alluded to this on Saturday during long-range planning, but we know, like staff knows, the commission knows, our very engaged residents know how great our first responders are, their level of training, their level of service. But what us as staff and commissioners, what we don't know is, does the average resident who either moved here last year or moved here 20 years ago, but have had busy, personal and professional lives and haven't been really engaged, do they know that?
So
do they feel it?
So I'm going to interrupt you and ask you, how does this survey tell us if they know or not? Because this asks them to gauge how important is it and how they feel about the service, but it doesn't say, do you know that if you call 911, you'll have somebody at your door within 4 minutes?
But that wouldn't be, I guess, taking their opinion. That would be giving them a lesson.
Well, you just
and
said,
then telling them, do you know that?
But that's what you just asked. You asked if they know.
But I guess what I'm saying is we know that these are excellent levels of service, but if somebody is telling us it's middling to poor, then what that would tell me is either they had a bad experience or we're not communicating to them that we are providing these excellent levels of service.
All right.
So questions about how you, like, your opinion of our police or fire, it's not a judgment on whether our police or fire are good. It's really telling us
what they think.
Do they know? Do they think it? Do they feel it? Same thing with transportation or recreation offerings. Do you as a resident feel like there's enough recreation? You might think we have tons of recreation and it's all good, or you might say like something's missing for me and give us a 3. And I think those things we can also, over time, another 2 or 3 years from now, you could ask that same question again and see, has that shifted? Or questions of, like staff responsiveness and effectiveness.
Right, sure. I have a question for you guys or you or Will. These free-form answers, are they just spit out, or does somebody take them and sort of categorize them and say that?
I think that's what Cobalt does. They lose on the analytics.
Will, can you address that question?
More substantiation of data.
Because right now with our Engage Birmingham, when we ask for free form, they just get spit out as free form, and we got to read every one of them. There's nothing that says 15 of these people said, how the AI takes reviews nowadays and tells you what the reviewers are saying? Will?
Yes. So for the open-ended questions, what we do is we go through and we identify, first of all, what are the common themes in them. We identify those and kind of summarize what they are. So if there's a theme around staff service, then we would add a couple of clarifications like staff are very responsive, staff took time to answer my questions, those kind of things. So you get a feel for what's the general theme and tenor of the questions, the responses that they gave. We also run it through ChatGPT as well, just to make sure we didn't miss anything. So we do have a few layers of that, but we do have staff going through every question and basically chunking them into those themes.
Thank you. Thank you.
So, Will, would you also say that some of the benefit of this will be the correlative analysis of some questions against other?
Yes, the correlation is very useful because you'll see what are the most driving areas, both things that you're doing well and things that you're not doing well. And then you do have a lot of open-ended questions in here that gives you some of the insight into why people responded the way they did. So I do think that's an important piece. Certainly, I think from a long-term perspective, when you're comparing year over year, that's going to be an important one. Then when you're getting into question 30, those are the ones that I think need probably the most massaging. But those are the short-term questions. These are issues that are going to be decided in the nearer term. And so these are ones that are very important now, but they're less important long-term from a repeating the survey perspective.
Can I ask one more question?
Sure.
Sort of comment. So since we're going to be reviewing this and we're going to be like making notes on it, and I think there's some feeling I felt like it was a little bit on the long side. So I had a question, because I agree that it would be interesting to know if people are we have these stellar police and fire departments. Do citizens feel like they have exemplary service? But ostensibly, the purpose of this survey is for policy and budget setting, right? That, I don't know if I feel like that sort of like PR sentiment qualifies as policy or budget. And if so, is that the kind of thing where, in order to keep it a tight policy and budget related document, we should consider eliminating those? Or do we consider, communications about, the success of our police and fire department, that's an important element of policy and budget?
I guess we did have many discussions, and police and fire keep coming up because this was an area we had a lot of discussion in. And we didn't want to exclude asking about them because that makes a really big assumption about residents' thoughts and feelings about them. And as a resident, like taking off your staff shoes or your commissioner shoes, and you saw a survey about all the things that your community was doing, and they didn't ask you about the police, and they didn't ask you about the fire department, like that would feel like an omission. So while maybe it could be reduced, I don't know that as a group we felt it should be eliminated because it might be a glaring omission.
An observation, if I may, on
I just want to add to what he said real quickly. I think the tension here is he's suggesting that perhaps we should narrow this strictly to asking questions that we want answers to about policy, not about all this other stuff, and that we may not want to do this every year or every 2 years or every 3 years to get that, through time. We just want to know, do people want to pay, is a millage for the roads going to be palatable? I mean, that's one of the big questions, right? So, but that's where you've gone with it. So go ahead.
So those first questions, to your point, the way I personally read them, Will and Deborah can chime in on this one, I read those as baselining questions, because if you do a repeat, you go for questions where you expect to know what the answer is going to be, and then if you see an anomaly start happening, then you've got to start questioning a lot more within it. But if your baseline is always consistent, I mean, the software is probably the same thing. When your baseline is always consistent, then you know where your start point's always going to be. You've got something you can always come back to and compare, and then look for the anomalous events after that. So I see those as it's like a necessary evil.
When you brought up this idea, were you thinking we need to know what our people think about police and fire?
I want to know what everybody thinks about everything. I didn't actually want to put that.
Okay, well, that's a problem.
No, it's not. It's not, because that goes to the point that I said a few minutes ago about we have blinkers on. We are in a very, very small minority in this municipality, in this city, that have shockingly big blinkers on because we look at things with a lot more depth. We don't necessarily look at it with shallowness and breadth. The majority of the residents will look at things in a very shallow way, but they will look at everything around them and try and say, oh, this, and then this point over there, and this point up here and over there. Us, by scope of what we have to do, this packet, the discussions we had tonight, we had to go super deep into things. And that's where there's a difference that that was the fear that I mentioned earlier. We are going to overthink this. My idea was originally, make it very broad, make it very open, don't make it super deep at this point, because otherwise we will turn people off, because they're like, oh, you've told me, Melissa hinted at it already, oh, you've told me what the answer's supposed to be. I'm just checking, I'm rubber stamping a box for you. I don't want that. I literally want to find out if something comes out of left field and we look at it and go, let's not pick fire and EMS. They're going to feel they're going to feel victimized here. But if we pick on something and we say, and everybody says, for instance, street maintenance repair, and everybody goes, it's great. Every single one of us hit I choose that as an anomalous. Every single one of us is going to look at that and go, did we read that correctly? Because that wasn't what we expected. I use that as an example that I really didn't go into it with a preconceived notion of where it needed to focus, other than it needs to focus on what people see around them and feel around them. And I didn't want to put the boundaries on what that should be. That was the original thought, bringing in Bill with his background, Deborah with her background, Will with being the consultant we chose. Melissa will support this. We asked a lot of these questions about, can we ask this, can we ask that? And Will gave us the same explanation, that be careful what you ask for, because you might be leading too much. And so I'm not an expert in this. I don't pretend to be an expert in this. I listen to the experts and take their advice. I really appreciated comments from Commissioner Long and Commissioner Kozlowski about, did you think about this, did you think about that? Because that was the whole point of the 4 Eyes review. Missed it, they were good. They were. But I don't want to put my perception onto it, because then it's wrong.
Okay. We have 2 people online. Is it okay if we
Absolutely. I just want to give you the background.
Okay. Gordon Davies. Gordon?
Yeah, hi there.
Hi.
Just a small point from the quiz then, on the survey, is I'm looking at this and it says residential street parking. There's poor and excellent, fully understand that. I know about it, so I'm not a don't know person, but I don't really have any impression or opinion about it. It's just it's exactly what it should be, exactly what it should behave and do. So am I a 3 or a 4? It's the only survey I know which doesn't have a middle one.
Will explain why, because we asked the same question.
I'm not sure. Was there a question or a comment?
That was a question.
There was a question why there isn't a neutral.
Why isn't it out of 7? And you can pick the exact.
Good, okay, bad.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, why is that?
Ask Will explain it better than I can. Is he unmuted?
No, Will, you're muted.
Sure. The reason, can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay. The reason that you use an even number scale is if you have a don't know. If you have an odd number in the middle and people don't know, they're going to rate it in the middle. Whereas if they actually don't know and there's a don't know option, they'll use that. So that's one reason that you don't have a center point, is because it artificially creates a don't know in the middle and then it throws off your ranking. So that's one reason. The other is by having an even number scale, it forces people off the fence. So if you have to decide if you like it or don't like it, even if it's by a smidge, you're going to get a sense of what's their bias and which direction.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Paul Reagan.
Was Mr. Davies done?
Oh, is Mr. Davies done? Thank you. I assumed he was, but well, somebody, either Paul or Gordon. Gordon's hand is
Sorry,
down.
all done, thank you. Yeah.
Okay, thanks. Paul Reagan?
I'm trying to unmute. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes.
I have multiple questions. First one is, I'm unclear as to why you're doing the survey. As I recall, Commissioner Haig had some original thinking on that, and now this evening I'm hearing some great discussion, but it sounds like it's becoming a catch-all for all questions ever conceived of, which is a recipe for disaster. The next question I want to ask is, why are you asking the same question set to everyone? That'll surely get a lot of don't knows. Why not, or perhaps the survey designers have considered a stratified random sample. Third thing I want to know is, where did the question set come from? Were there focus groups, and who composed those focus groups before you started constructing a survey to figure out what the questions should be? And the final question for your survey designers, do you perform conjoint analyses?
I hope you were taking notes, Will.
I I was taking notes, yes. First of all, with the question of why do we ask the same questions to everyone and not a random stratified question, and this is actually similar to the conjoint analysis, is it gets to be very, very expensive because your survey sample would end up being a lot larger to be able to get the data to be able to do those kind of analyses. And also having the multiple versions of the survey going out also significantly increases the cost. As far as where do the questions come from, we put these together. It was a joint thing that we did. We had the Municipal League, we had a number of city managers and financial officials and a number of folks from all over the U.S. come together for focus group on the core benchmarking section. And it was from the perspective of in a community, what are the things that cause people to remain in the community, recommend it to others, volunteer, encourage businesses to start up and support their local elected officials. So those were the ultimate outcomes that we wanted to pull apart and see what are the different experiences they have in the community that leads to those particular outcomes. Some of those are controlled by the municipality, some aren't, but they're still important things for the municipality to be aware of. For example, in the overall question, we have questions on the school district. It doesn't affect municipalities, but they are still a significant driver of why people move in or why people move out. So it was part of that larger discussion. Now, for your specific questions, getting into like question 30 and question 28, those were things that just came out of the group that we were working with. And so having the additional feedback from all of you, this is going to be very helpful. And we also run the survey through some outside people that aren't involved with the survey business at all, just to get their perspective on it too.
So what are we thinking in terms of
I'm getting a
timing
sense
for coming back to us?
we pull this motion back, so I'm prepared to rescind the motion as written and ask for, I don't know, I don't want to do a date certain. A date certain is not appropriate here.
It's just a
And
matter.
and you don't have to.
So I would say we just pull back the motion as written right now and just request the fine tuning from us
Who
and them.
seconded the motion?
I can't recall because there was a lot of people at the same
I
time.
think it was him.
Commissioner Cole.
I'll pull back the second.
Okay, so the motion is rescinded, and we will, you will
I will.
distribute some information to the commission, right, as we requested. Does anybody else have any information that they would like included in the packet that will be sent to us? No? Okay. And then we'll have some deadline that is at least a couple weeks, 3 weeks out, maybe?
Sure.
Does anybody have any feeling about the deadline?
Yeah, shouldn't it be a week?
Yeah, let's try and get
That
the
way
data
we
back
could
within a week.
maybe do it February 9th.
We don't have a meeting next week, right?
No.
No, but we can send the data back in.
Okay.
Once we got it.
A week and a half would be,
And Melissa's indicating she's not going to be here on the 9th because she's
Okay.
going to be on.
Okay, good, then we have plenty of time.
I think the 9th is going to be busy. I would suggest we try and get this back within a week to let Will digest it as well, to let Melissa digest it, and also have the other thing that she's not going to be here for to take care of that.
Does anybody have a problem with 1 week? In other words, you would want it
Must have
back
turned
by
it around.
Monday, a week from today? That means she's got to get it to us pretty quickly. How about a week from whenever you send it to us, okay?
That's fine, wait from tomorrow.
Okay.
But then we're not going to discuss it on the 9th. We'll discuss it on,
The second February meeting.
Okay.
As I will not be here, but I will certainly give you my comments within a week of receiving it
Okay.
on the second meeting.
All right, are we done with that item?
Yeah.
Everybody done with that item? Thank you, Will. Thank you, Deborah. Thank you, everyone who participated. We move on to commission items for future discussion. The motion's required to bring up the item for future discussion on the next reasonable agenda. No topic, no discussion on the topic will happen tonight. Anyone? Thank you. Commission discussion on items from a prior meeting. We have nothing.
Mr. Mayor.
Does anyone?
Yes, I do.
Okay.
From a prior meeting.
Okay.
Much information has become public about the community house in the last 42 days, and I want to emphasize 42 days since we met. And we haven't had the opportunity to be briefed by our council, nor have we met as a commission to discuss the developments which may or may not impact the city's strategy. We can't fulfill the oversight responsibilities entrusted to us without information and collaboration. Therefore, I'd like to make a resolution to meet in closed session pursuant to MCL 15.268, Section 8, parentheses 1E, parentheses of the Open Meetings Act to discuss pending litigation entitled the Community House Association, Birmingham, Michigan, Oakland County Circuit / Business Court Case Number 2025-219218 CB, the Honorable Michael Warren, and to consider the purchase or lease of real property up to the time an option to purchase or lease the real property is obtained pursuant to the Open Meetings Act, MCL 15.268, closed sessions, permissible purposes, Section 8, parentheses 1, parentheses D.
Was that a proper motion?
That was a proper motion.
All right, motion's on the table.
Done.
I'll second it.
We have a motion and a second. Discussion? I will...
Because I have to be recused for those, do I have to leave the room for the discussion?
Probably.
Yes.
All right, I just wanted to check.
Hold on. Let the record note that Commissioner Haig has left the room. I want to correct the record or your statement that a lot has happened. I was going to update. There was one update to be provided that you are not aware of, and that is that the city was told affirmatively that it is the Jewish Federation that is the potential buyer. That is the one piece of information that we can provide to you that has not been disclosed. And I will tell that I will say that
there is more information that hasn't been disclosed because it's confidential.
Well, it's possible you have that information.
No, we all have it. And I'm not going to say it.
Okay, well, if we all have it, then I'm not sure what we're going to do in closed session. But there's a motion and a second on the table. Discussion. Commissioner Long.
I am not going to support this motion. I think it is ill-conceived because the people who would be discussing strategy with us and who would be bringing us up to date are our nonprofit lawyers from Barnum, and they are not here. And Ms. Kucharik is not here. So I see that this closed session would provide very little of use, and it was not advertised in advance, and I will not support it.
Other comments? I won't be supporting it, and how many? It requires 5 of us?
2/3.
5 sitting commissioners to approve it. So 1, 2, there's 6 of us here. Is that right? I'm doing the head count. Okay. I won't be supporting it. So is there any other comments on it? Seconder of the motion, care to make a comment?
Here's the thing, is I think it's we haven't had a conversation about it for several weeks. I do agree that a lot has gone on. You say it's only one thing, but it's a lot has come out, and I think we should have a conversation to align so we're all saying the exact same thing to the community as we get our questions. And I don't think there's been I shared this with you before. This isn't...
Okay, and I would respond that that's a legitimate concern, but that's not necessarily something that needs to be discussed in closed session. Going into closed session is an extraordinary step, and I mean, what we should say is what is in our pleadings. what we should say if we're asked for comment is that, I'm sorry, I can't comment on pending litigation, speak to our attorneys. If there is if you want to somehow make a statement, run it past the lawyers. I mean, I totally understand the desire to discuss this. Everybody wants to talk about it. It's just calling a closed session when our attorneys are not present. What are we going to do? We're just going to chit-chat about it.
No, it's not going to be chit-chat.
Well, Commissioner Host, if you have information about this.
No, I don't.
Or you have the ability to influence this.
Wait a minute.
Because you have repeatedly suggested that somehow you're in a position to be able to either influence it or that you have information. And
no.
Okay.
In fact, I would say that's your problem.
Okay. Let's take a roll call vote.
Mayor Ballard,
No.
Commissioner Host,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Long,
No.
Commissioner Long,
No.
Commissioner Kozlowski,
No.
Commissioner Kolb.
Yes.
Sorry.
Okay.
Sorry. I think it is likely that at our next meeting, there may be good cause for a closed session. Is that fair to say?
I agree.
Okay, thank you. Anything else under, that was removed from, or no, that was under
18.
18. I don't, commission discussion on items from a prior meeting. Okay, removed from consent agenda, nothing. Communications, we have numerous communications regarding Next and the YMCA, and I encourage anyone who's interested in those topics to go online and look at our packet. There were a bunch put on our desk tonight that arrived too late to be included in tonight's packet, so they will be in our next packet. If you're in the public and you want to communicate with us, an email to city-commission@bhamgov.org will go to the city commission, all city commissioners, as well as the city manager. So that's a great email to use. We have communications regarding roads, parking, builders, the building department, and the community house. Commissioner reports. Any commissioner reports? We have a notice of intention to appoint to the Cable Casting Board, to the Environmental Sustainability Committee, to the Board of Zoning Appeals, and to the Wayfinding and Branding Committee. That's a committee of the BSD, correct?
Well, no, I wouldn't say it's a committee of the BSD.
It's not now, it's a standing committee of ours?
It's a standing.
Okay, I'm sorry. That covers that. Commissioner comments. Any commissioner comments? No commissioner comments. My only commissioner comment was going to be what I disclosed previously, and that is with regard to the community house, it has been disclosed to us officially that the potential buyer is, as reported in the press, the Jewish Federation. Advisory boards, committees, commissions report. Legislation, city staff information. There is some information under information only. There's an article in there that I submitted about Greg Kowalski. He was worked for the Eccentric for many years, and now he's working on Hamtramck histories. So thought that was worthwhile.
Motion to adjourn.
Motion without a vote.